All right, and just fill up a little bit. There we go. It's a little bit better. And down a little bit. Okay, sorry I'm a little bit late, guys. How we doing? Anybody there? Let me know if you can just hear me. Okay, nothing there at the minute. Bring this up. Awesome. Okay, let's just check in. How we doing? Oh, hang on a minute. Something I need to do. Press the wrong button. There we are. It's better. Okay. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. My right ear's doing my head in. Anybody in yet? Anybody in yet? A couple of people on YouTube, I think. Hope we're all doing well, guys. Hope we're all having a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever we are. Give it a couple of minutes and I'll just get started. Going into this, so if you would have seen the title, and obviously you can find all the stuff you need down in the description as well, if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Rumble. We have Heretics, Steve Laws has been on the Heretics podcast, and from what I understand, it got quite contentious. And I think there's going to be quite a few important things that we can talk about from that. There we are. That's a little bit better. So, hope we're all doing okay. I say I'll give it 1 or 2 more minutes and we'll get straight into it. Hope we're all getting ready to hopefully what will be a great new year. There we are. I'm sorry. I got my other screen on preview so I can see how I'm going to look in the other frame as well. Just want to make sure that I'm not being unnecessarily cut off, which I am at the moment. And yes, that is my dressing gown in the background. Okay. That seems okay. My hair's doing my head in. How you doing, man? Varg, how you doing? I hope I got your name right there. Sir, or madam, or other. Hope we're doing good. Hope we're doing good. Jump into this bit here. Where are we? Check them in the chat as well, guys. Anybody that is here, check them in the chat. Plans for New Year. If any. If any plans for New Year. Anyway, hope we're all doing good. If you aren't familiar, so I suppose whilst I'm waiting to see if anybody else comes in, appreciate, obviously some people, like others that I know, sometimes work quite late on New Year's, or on New Year's Eve, and sometimes even on New Year's Day. Oh, there is one thing I wanted to do, actually, before I done anything else. I'm glad that I reminded myself of that. Glad that I reminded myself of that. So, announcement, guys, and there will be a post coming out on YouTube very soon. First guest for the podcast next year is already lined up. So, the 9th, just typing this out as well, 9th of January next year, it's Friday, I'm going to be sitting down with another activist, a member of Public Child Protection Wales, Catherine Watkins. So Catherine has been an integral part of the PCPW team. If you've tuned into the show, you'll know that earlier on this year, in about June, and I'll put the link in a moment, I sat down with Kimberly Isherwood. So that is this conversation here, which is extremely important. We went into the what was it? The indoctrination through the school system, particularly in Wales, and there's a lot of important things that we talked about on there. Can't fault you, Varg. Can't fault you. We'll be joining you with not a cider, but poison of my own kind. Poison of my own affinity. So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a link to the conversation that I had with Kimberly Isherwood, which sort of laid the foundation for this. And I'm going to be working with some of the things that they are doing next year, which is going to be very, very interesting and very, very, well, something I'm looking forward to more than anything, to hopefully making a big difference, because the school system in the UK has experienced much of the same indoctrination that has, pervaded all manner of school systems all across Europe. In America, seems to be particularly advanced in America with regards to the sexualization of children. And having met Catherine now, I've covered her on the podcast before. Actually, one of the clips, which was from the conference, which was this year, the Public Child Protection Wales Conference, that's what PCPW stands for, where they talked with a mother who very nearly, it's not the school system per se, but it's the medical system. The NHS tried to put a young girl, I believe she was 14 or 15 at the time, I can't remember off the top of my head, through a mastectomy, through a double mastectomy, when there was nothing really wrong with them, as later on they found out, and they got social services involved. They tried to take the kids away from the mother, 6 times, and Catherine was on stage helping them tell this and how they'd been involved trying to help protect the family, protect the children, but not only that, bring awareness to it. And they've been in the courts, all of this stuff. They've been really on the ground. Catherine was one of the people that went out to America as part of a sort of joint coalition of many nations, even from some up, down, under, I believe, to bring these things to the American Congress and stuff like that. And there was a lot of things that were going on around that time. I think flight delays meant that she missed the Congress appointment, but then she went to another one. But getting some of the details wrong, because this was just a story that she was telling me when we met up to discuss some of the projects that are going to be taking place next year. And asked her, because we were having a tremendous conversation about even more things that I was talking about with Kim, expanded on more of those things that me and Kim talked about. And I was like, well, need to get Kath on if I can, and she agreed to come on. So as per, ladies and gentlemen, in the locals area, there will be a post up there soon in the Patreon area, and in the YouTube members area, there will be a post in which, if you want to leave your questions, you can, and you'll also get early access to that conversation when it comes out. But yeah, really, really looking forward to that. You'll see a post coming on YouTube in a moment, just as I finish typing this up. So, there we go. Apology if I go a little bit quiet at the moment. I know you guys are there. Just checking with the chat a minute. See you guys doing nothing. So, yeah, something which you guys I think are going to get a lot from as well. Get a lot of knowledge, get a lot of perspective, and hopefully more things that we can do to tackle in many ways, the abuse that's going on through the school system, but many other things as well. It's not just the school system that they deal with, but they're one of the premier ones in Wales of dealing and tackling with the school system in Wales. Kimberly Ishwood. Let's see, what time? 12:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. GMT, Friday, 9th of January. Apologies if you can just hear my furious typing. Right. Members, I believe, into the show. Hiya. Okay, so that's the members post. Now I'm just going to do another post a bit quick. But yeah, I'll give it a couple more minutes, guys, and we'll get straight into the first part of today, or the main part of today, rather. Enjoy this one. There we go. So that'll be Friday the 9th of January. We'll be sitting down to do this so far. On 2026. A nice WhatsApp message. I'll have a look at that now. Really should turn my phone on silent, really. There we go. So if you head on over to the YouTube page, you'll find out who Kat is, and I'll probably put a couple of things up as well that'll give people more insight to who Kat is. Lovely lady, absolutely lovely lady to talk to, and very well informed, very knowledgeable on these topics. And like I said, she went out to America to present these ideas and bring them in front of Congress. Well, would have brought them in front of Congress, but definitely brought them in front of more public attention and stuff like that. So really not doing her justice with this description, but stay tuned for that, ladies and gentlemen. You won't want to miss that one, particularly if your children are in school in the UK, in the public school system. So thank you all very much for tuning in. Let's get straight into the topic of today, which is, close that. Here is rather, the link for the post, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to go. In fact, I'll just put it in here, actually. That's the post on YouTube. If you want to go, hopefully it came through. Did it come through the YouTube chat? Hope it did. Yes, it did. Good. That'd be so you can see who Kath is. As you've watched the podcast before, you probably would have seen her before. Stay tuned for that for next year. All right. Cool. I'm just about ready to go. Just close that. I just posted a short as well, so make sure you go check out the short that I just posted. Okay, sound test. Flick on over.
Makes me racist, so be it. I wear it proudly.
There we go. I think that's coming through now.
I want everyone gone.
Yeah, contentious. But I think that came through. Just let me know if it sounded okay in the chat or whatever. If I don't see anything sort of in the next 30 seconds, so just crack on. I'm assuming the levels are okay. Andrew, obviously I don't watch his show very often. Do when it's someone I want to watch, or it's a conversation that's worth talking about, obviously, which this one is. I think it's going to be lots of things to talk about. One thing you can say, there's a credit to Steve in particular, and then you can say is perfect. Thank you. One thing you can say was a credit to Steve is, even if you disagree with his ideas, he's not afraid to bring them to the forefront, and he's not afraid to push conversations that people would find really, really uncomfortable. So far, what I've seen is a bit of a divide from what I've seen in the comments of Andrew's conversation with Steve, is that things that really rub people up the wrong way, because I'm going into this completely blind, is Andrew's apparent apathy in many instances for the plight of Britain, in many ways embodying, from what I understand, some of the stereotypes that, or some of the things that people don't like with regards to being perceived as a foreigner, and then not caring if the natives are replaced, made extinct, minoritized, if the culture changes, all of these stuff. I've seen people describing it as the anywhere person versus somewhere person debate. I.e. people who are anywhere people, they don't really, care about this because they can, go anywhere. Then, he can go to, I think he was saying before, like, he'll just leave, he can go to Israel, all of these things. But then you have the somewhere people be like, well, they have somewhere, but they also have nowhere else to go. I'm not really phrasing that the best way, because I've tried to deliberately keep myself away from discourse on this, because I want to go into it completely blind. But I have seen a few things like that, where even fans of Andrew, right? Even like fans of Andrew, people who are saying that, look, I'm English and I'm a fan of yours. Oh, nice voice break there, George. I'm English, I'm a fan of yours. That really rubbed me up the wrong way when you said you don't care about the culture of England changing, I believe it was, or that you don't care about English being minoritized, or anything like this. It was a screenshot that someone took at the comment section, but fair to say, it wasn't being perceived very positively by many people in his comment section. But we'll get going. I know I'm rambling now. We'll get going, and we'll see what we find. This first part is the trailer, so we'll just let that play, and we'll get straight into it. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you a racist?
If that makes me racist, so be it. I wear it proudly. I've had enough. I want everyone gone.
So someone's going to come knock on my door.
It's not personal, it's necessary.
That will not work.
To find out who would have to be removed, the easiest way to do this is medical records.
This is mental.
I don't believe you're European. I think you're Jewish.
But I'm not going to Israel.
Yeah, if I had power, mate, you would be.
You shake your leg and get aggressive when we talk about Jews being
Look at the way it's edited.
Not shaking my leg and just giving you
this intro segment.
Twitch only comes up when Jews are mentioned. We can move on to another topic if you want to.
I can envision millions of people being thrown onto planes and deported from my country.
I think Tommy Robinson will fight against that.
Tommy Robinson will do, because he's a traitor. Tommy Robinson has loads of foreign friends. He promotes multiculturalism.
He's a Zionist piece of shit.
Do you have any room in your mind for that you might be wrong?
No.
See, that's the sign of an ideologue.
I like it when it does that. In fairness, very high production value. Obviously, Andrew Show, very, very high production value. One thing I did want to draw attention to something though was going back to this. This is how I don't know if somebody is a regular watcher of Andrew's show. Can you let me know if he does stuff like this where let me see if I can find it, 'cause it's a little bit difficult to get it here. When Steve laughs after saying, if I was in power, this segment
If I
here,
had power, mate, you would be.
the seemingly awkward laugh and trying to again put more emphasis on that with the edits and stuff like that. Is that a thing that he normally does? Another thing I know that really pissed people off, or seeming to piss a lot of people off, that I was seeing on X, was the info boxes that keep coming up, and we'll go through all of those because it allows Andrew to retroactively bolster his arguments after the interview, which is something that obviously Steve couldn't do. I don't know if that's a regular thing. Can somebody put in the chat if you're a regular watcher of Andrew's show, if he regularly does this with other guests, or was this something novel for Steve? Check the book I told you about. Not yet. I haven't been able to look at it yet. I will be looking at it later on today. I appreciate our conversation last night, Stephen. Really, really appreciated it, by the way. So it gives me a lot of background reading to go into as well. The stuff that you were mentioning about, the terror attacks in New York, or the bombings in New York and all of this stuff, Jewish Defense League, never ever heard of it before we mentioned it, before you mentioned it on the show. So after this stream today now, I will be going and seeing if I can find that book that you told me about. Just been really, really busy today. So yeah, really, really appreciate that. Thank you. We'll get into the conversation now. It seems like Andrew's got a little bit extra preamble.
Do you have any room in your mind for that you might be wrong?
No.
See, that's the sign of an ideologue.
Yeah, cheers, dude. It'd be really,
Can you do me a
really
favour?
viewing.
If you get value from these conversations, hit subscribe.
I've never done this before, but I've taken a leaf out of Elon Musk's book and included several notes throughout this episode to clarify moments that are inaccurate or misleading. Podcast interviews are a unique and engaging way to bring important societal issues into the public conversation, but they lack real-time fact-checking. That means mistakes can slip through, including some I made here. Like me, many of my viewers are rightly concerned about the state of the country and its lack of direction and identity. My guiding principle, however, remains the same. I judge people on the content of their character, not their immutable characteristics, no matter how tempting it may be, particularly in dark times, to do otherwise. I thought carefully about my own role in platforming Steve Laws because I believe some of his ideas are dangerous. As with many ideologues, much of what he says sounds reasonable, which can make the fallacies underpinning his conclusions difficult to spot in real time. Still, this is Heretics, and it's my belief that bad ideas don't die.
I thought the crux of Steve's position, though, however, says a lot when you need to do this, really, this massive preamble. And I'm a person that when I've had conversations in the past, I done things like this, these kind of introductions for people and stuff like that. Although you can tell it's coming from a different place with Andrew here. I thought the crux of Steve's argument, really, the entire crux of it, is that English people should be the ones living in England. In terms of him being an English nationalist, that's pretty much, if you get down to the barest of, of argument, I suppose, the bedrock of it. There's some other things about Steve as well that harken to his other political philosophy, right? I want to see these conversations go down the route of what I perceive and what I see with many others in Steve's circle, for example, which is an affinity for socialism, but from the nationalist perspective. Let us see more discussion around that. I don't know whether Andrew went into that specifically, but you saw with the Liam Tufts interviews, always, constantly go back to my black mate or all of this stuff, going back to personal anecdotes to get away from political reality and all of these kinds of things. But I'd like to see a conversation around what Steve's, post-remigration, post what even Steve's view of remigration would be, right? What would then British society look like in terms of how it would be governed and stuff like that? Because I've seen a lot of them saying they call it socialism with British characteristics is what they call it. I'd like to see more of a conversation around that. But ultimately, I think the bedrock of Steve's position, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's England for the English, basically. I think that's pretty much the ins and outs of it. Also, the Gates of Vienna blog is still active. Perfect. I'll have a look when I get 5. I've not seen info boxes on other episodes. I'm not an avid watcher, though. Only seen a couple. Yeah, it seems as though, again, it gives me a very MSNBC, live fact-checking vibe or whatever. Now, if Andrew's done it potentially to himself as well, if he gets something wrong and he corrects his own record or whatever, that's perfectly, if anything, at least you could say it's not done in an overtly biased way. But again, there are going to be some biases that work their way in there. I've seen people pointing out that there wasn't an info box about when the Normans settled, that it was only about 30,000 people or however many it was, or 10,000 people. I've seen some debate or seen some differing figures and stuff like that, that wasn't put in an info box when it really should have been in many people's ways. So it does seem that there was speculation on many people's parts that these info boxes were selectively put up, which again, if you need to do that, then can you really contend with the ideas on their own? They're dangerous ideas. If you can't contend with them, right, then what does that say, really? Even then, what does that say if you can't contend with them in the battlefield of ideas? So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing if we're going to see a dialogue between Steve and Tommy in the future, given how he responded to it.
Die in the dark, they die in the light. With that spirit in mind, and knowing that racists will likely be out in force in the comments, I ask that you contribute, even if you don't usually.
Straight away with the labels.
Especially if you don't usually. Comment on this one, because I want to know what you...
Nice. Straight
Steve
away with
Laws,
the labels.
welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on, buddy. I appreciate it.
You're very
Buddy.
welcome to be here. It's good to have this conversation. And let's
Go
start
away.
with, I suppose, who are you? You were recently on Liam Tuff's podcast, good friend of mine, where you had this debate, which we'll sort of get into those things.
It wasn't
and
really
on
a
it,
debate.
he said, are you a racist? And you said you don't shy away from that term. So can we just start with, are you a racist?
If you want to call me a racist, it really doesn't bother me in the slightest. My priority is putting my people first. If that makes me racist, then so be it. I wear it proudly. That's my position. I wouldn't go around and say, "Hi, Andrew, I'm Steve the racist." That's not how I'd introduce myself. I would just say, I put my people first. I'm a nationalist, and I love my people, and I want to protect their future. So if that makes me racist, so be it. I wear it proudly.
In that sense, you're probably...
The term has become meaningless. First thing to say here, the term has become meaningless because I actually discussed this on a short on YouTube recently. You're racist if you oppose, for example, the Marxist initiatives that are coming through the Welsh government, for example, which the Race Council in Wales are openly saying, led by what appears to be some African lady. I don't exactly know what country she's from. Izo Uwobi, I think that's her name, or Uwo Itzobi. I can't remember her name. She said that if you have two equal candidates, you should make a deliberate effort to pick the ethnic minority one. Well, that is racism. That is racism. But you're called a racist if you object to this anti-racist stuff, which I say anti at the moment because I watch a lot of American commentators and I've picked up that it's a bad habit, which I'm trying to break, much like people try to break smoking and stuff like that because and alcohol and whatever else. I'm trying to break the American euphemism habit at the moment, which I picked up from watching a lot of American political commentators. I'm very sorry. I'm going to do an active effort to try and minimize this in this stream. But this is how meaningless it's become. So when you ask this question, it's what answer are you going to give? Really, it's just like I don't really know how to even really explain it because many people will have different answers to this. What does racism even mean anymore? If you object to the ethnic replacement of English or the ethnic replacement of the Welsh people, which are coming through the government initiatives, well, does that make you racist? Because it inherently involves bumping up against the issue of skin color and stuff like that. So does that make you racist? I don't know. I guess you could say so. But again, it's why you're saying you don't shy away from the term because you're going to get called it anyway. You're going to get called it anyway. Andrew just gave me Piers Morgan vibe. Yeah, exactly. He done a very similar thing with Nick Fuentes and stuff like that. It's like, and Fuentes, they chose, I think, just to bite the bullet, didn't he? If I remember in that interview, he basically just went, yeah, if you want to call me that, similar to what Steve was saying, I guess. If you want to call me that, just carry on. You know what I mean? You can't be afraid of terms like this anymore. But again, it just seems as though if Steve was to concede, it's trying to then frame the conversation in a particular way. It always gives Andrew that recourse to come back to, that label to come back to. I suppose in the way just biting the bullet just takes away the power to do that. It's be like, okay, call me if you want. I really don't care. It then changes the framing of the conversation. to where now anytime Andrew says stuff like that, people are not really going to care so much. You'd be like, well, we're being called racist for objecting to ethnic replacement in the land that we've called home, and the only land that we have. We're not an anywhere person, we're a somewhere person, and in fact, many people can't go anywhere else. They are this place or nowhere. This is the only home that they have, because they're not in a position where they can go anywhere else.
The most prominent racist in the country, the biggest racist in the UK.
Well, nationalist is the term I would use. I wouldn't introduce myself as racist, but yes, I would argue that probably one of the largest nationalist accounts in the UK, not civic nationalist, but real nationalist.
Okay, so that's something that we'll have to explain, because a lot of the audience will know what all of that means, but a lot won't be in with, you know, the ins and outs. There's kind of a civil war almost on the right. I don't even know if it's a civil war going on between, what is it? You can explain civil nationalism and ethno-nationalism. What are these terms?
So ethno-nationalism is nationalism. There is only one form of nationalism. Civic nationalism is some absurd mixed direction that's been taken away. It's realistically, civic nationalists are liberals that do not like Islam. And that's pretty much their position. A lot of civic nationalists think that anyone can be British. They think that you come over, you're born here, you're British. That's their position, and they think that's okay. Whereas a nationalist, my position is that England belongs to the English. This is our land, and we should protect our future. Our people are on the verge of becoming a demographic minority in our own homeland. That's unacceptable, and my line is total remigration.
So civic, I suppose, is about the country. That's what it means. It's like it's a nationalism that just is and of itself. It's just nationalism. And then you're saying it's just nationalism, but then those who are like me would say yours is ethno-nationalism.
You could clarify it there by saying it's the people. You mentioned Elon Musk at the start. Andrew did. What did Elon Musk come out and say and post a little while ago? A nation is its people. I think that's where maybe there's a bit of obfuscation from Andrew there. And I think Steve wanted to get a word in, but Andrew pushed his point, which fair enough, is good, is perfect for him to do. Steve essentially gave him the floor to talk. Steve, I think you were saying in our chat last night that Steve was a bit weak on definitions. Is this the one you thought that he was a bit weak on, do you reckon? Do you think there's a better sort of line he could have gone down to mitigate this line of questioning, do you think? I think when you just say that civic nationalists are liberals that don't like Islam, that basically gives a good view of, you know, what that kind of position would entail. I think a lot of them as well. I think it neglects some things as well, because when you bring in Islam, a lot of liberals, for example, are then opposed to other things like, for example, LGBT and you know, the pride stuff, what many people would call sexual degeneracy and all of this stuff, that you could lump in with that as well. Would that conflate with the civic nationalist position and stuff like that, because they're also cultural issues? It does leave the door open, I suppose, in many ways for Andrew to come in and maybe say, well, what about this? What about this? And maybe kind of dilute the definition, so to speak. Maybe there's a better way that he could have gone about defining it here. But basically, the way that I've seen it, the only way I can think of it is basically like old-style British society, but without the actual ethnic component. So, you know, all of the British customs, for example, that would have existed, you know, even going back potentially to like the 50s, the 60s, the 40s, you know, cultural attitudes around things like race and stuff like that would have been very, very different. But kind of just taking those attitudes away, but having all of the same norms in terms of, you know, how people treat each other, strong families, you know, allowing people to own businesses, all of these things. Not priding, you know, what many people will call sexual degeneracy everywhere, common Christian, you know, foundational values, just without the ethnic component because they don't want to have the race discussion. That's the way that I kind of understand civic nationalism. It attempts to divorce the land from the people in that way, I suppose, the nation from the people, I should say. Which again, I can see why people then will call that deeply subversive, because then you get into these old notions like we talked about with Ricky Doolan and the debate sheet that he had with Laura Towler, that anybody can be British. There is no foundational thing that makes you British or whatever. To do that, you have to overlook a lot of things like the reality of genetics, and as Steve will bring up later on, medical stuff and all of these kinds of things. And the differences that people have genetically, you have to assume they're kind of just like completely interchangeable. But I think more people now than not would argue that that's not true.
Because it is dependent on one's ethnicity.
But that is nationalism. it's based on a nation state which is built upon ethnicities. So on that stage, yes, basically, to simplify, the civic nationalist approach is about values, whereas ours is about ethnicity and people, and our blood and our people.
What is an ethnicity exactly? It's not quite a race or a culture, is it?
No, it's sort of in between. So an ethnic group are a distinct group of people that have been formed over a various amount of time. So the English are a distinct ethnic group, the Scottish are a distinct ethnic group, the Welsh are a distinct ethnic group, and so forth. And these people are the owners of this land. We've created this land. Our people have built this country. They've put blood and soil into this. And the future of our people is England. And without England, without the English, there is no England. So ultimately, the ethnic groups have the ultimate hierarchy on the country. So England, the English are white people, but we are English by ethnicity. So not all white people are English, but all English people are white.
Not all white people are English, but all English people are white. Okay, I see what you're saying. I
think this is where you see as well the rewriting of things that occur in the modern day, and how frequently now, usually for political purposes, this is a wider point to talk about, how definitions change and stuff like that. So Steve then broke it down, talking about ethnic groups. So like the Welsh are an ethnic group, the Scottish are an ethnic group, the English are an ethnic group. And all of those ethnic groups, by their nature, by who they are, by their genetics, all of these things are white. And they're saying that Steve's saying there, divorcing it from race in this way, saying that not all white people are Welsh or English or, all of the other ethnicities throughout Europe. But these people that are indigenous to the lands, the British Isles, we might say, are white just by virtue of that's who they are. If you type in, now I've got an American VPN on at the moment on my phone, so just give you guys a thing. If you type in ethnic group into Google and just press enter, it comes up then with ethnic group is a social category of people united by shared cultural heritage, common ancestry, exactly what Steve was talking about there, language, traditions, history, or nationality. Now you're seeing there how incongruent that very definition, if you type that into Google, is, because the cultural heritage, common ancestry can often be completely contradictory to nationality. If somebody comes over here and is born here, they have a completely different cultural heritage. They have a completely different common ancestry, likely a completely different language, aside from if they've learned the native language secondhand or after the fact, traditions and history. You see how nationality has been lumped in with that? Right? Because someone's born here and they have birthright citizenship, well, they can say this is their nationality, so therefore now they are part of the ethnic group. Again, harkens back to this idea, well, is a dog born in a stable a horse? And you see how then, again, people use that often then for the LGBT arguments and all of these things, right? But you can see here, this is the problem with definitions as well, is that they change for political purposes so often as well, a wider point to talk about. So it was good to see an info box didn't come up there, because if Andrew had taken this and then put that in an info box, it would have looked really bad on him, in my opinion. So what we got? So I'm just checking the chat a minute. Problem with it is it took billions of years of evolution to make different races. Losing any of them, black or white. Yeah, absolutely. Civic nationalists think that it is okay if we are replaced, so long as people who share our politics. Yeah. And they often veil that then with Christianity. That's the biggest thing which they're choosing seemingly to veil it with at the moment, which leaves the door open for all kinds of exploitation with the charities and with the initiatives that do the same thing. So same thing with all this demographic replacement, which is, if you think about it, because it's purposeful and because it's intent on what will ultimately be the elimination of, a distinct group of people, that is genocide. That is genocide by any real definition, one would think. Despite apparently caring about our demographic placement, the CivNat position will only slow it down. They don't want to take the steps to actually secure people's existence. That came across with what Tommy Robinson said. And it's something that I've been thinking about as well. The first stream I'd done looking at Steve Laws's previous conversation harkened to that. And he said Steve would deport people, black, brown people, for example. That includes people that I love. And you're seeing there, I understand that. And even many people in his comment section were saying the same thing. But you see there the divorce between people who understand the reality. And it's a similar position to myself that I'm in, right? But the reality is the reality. It's an unfortunate one. As you're seeing many people on X now saying that, yeah, people of this are victims of immigration as well. And this was never done with the British people's consent. That's why so many people are so angry, because it was obviously never done with anybody's consent. They were never asked, and whenever they were asked, the position was, no, we don't want it. We want strong immigration controls. We don't want any more of this, and the government flipped them the bird. So both sides in this, just the regular people, are victims of the government, and that's what makes it so messy, because, well, you have one side that it's the people's home, and you have the other side that it's not. And that's the unfortunate thing. But it does seem as well that you see then a lot of the people seem to want to curry favour with people who've come over now for political gain. I dread to think if that's what Nigel Farage and Reform are doing, because they want to capitalise from the same imported vote that the other parties have benefited from to betray the British people. So you think, again, of the containment and all of these things, right? With promising 600,000 deportations across 5 years. It wouldn't do anything. You wouldn't even get rid of all the illegals that way. America at the moment, I think, is already in the millions, and it's within the first year of Trump's presidency. And even they think that that's not fast enough. You know, they're already in I think they've crossed 1 million mark a little while ago, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe somebody could check a little bit of an info box up here to fact check me or whatever. But yeah, it's either you acknowledge the demographic reality or you don't. And the biggest thing is that the minute there's minoritization for the native people, they're not going to have a voice in the political system. Many people are in these communities where they've been openly replaced and minoritized, don't have a voice. And you want that across a national scale? You think that's not going to be a problem? It is, again, like crossing the event horizon on a black hole. There's no way out. Every road leads to the same place, and it's going to be not a very good one, to say the least.
English ethnicity then, how do we boil that down? What do you do with kind of Saxons, Anglo-Saxons, Celts, all of those kinds of things?
This used to require huge Hollywood budgets,
For
complex
God's sake.
software, in tons of time.
But right now,
So this is an argument that leftists would always, and civic nationalists would always present to you, and they'll say, well, what about this small admixture of, let's have a look at the world map. This is the world map. This tiny little circle in the middle is where our people were formed from the Germanic sphere. And we built this land over 1,000 years. Nobody would say that the Maori are not indigenous to New Zealand, but everyone would say that the English are not indigenous to England, even though we've been in this land longer.
I see there. It doesn't give me
I would say the English are indigenous to England.
But
doesn't give me the impression of being the strongest answer, that one. A lot of people say, like, oh, look, so what you're saying is, and it might be seen as a little bit of deflection, even if you answer this question this way as well, it'd be like, oh, just because we have these very tight groups of people that once all came together and intermingled together, you know, the mixture of the northwestern clans and tribes, that means you have to then accept, you know, infinity Bomalians from everywhere else, right? That's often the line that is then gone down. But, well, you know, we have this tiny cluster of groups that then formed everything that we know in this country, that have the shared cultural heritage, that have the shared ancestry, the history, and then the language and so on. Be like, and then because they were ever so slightly different, and you know they mixed and you know interbred and all of these kinds of things within themselves, that means that that you know the whole country was just built on this diversity, and that means you have to have, for political purposes and for votes, infinity people from all other elsewhere across the world. Like, no, this was, as far as I'm aware anyway, things like this were, conflicts like, the Norman invasion and stuff like that. But over the large periods of time, ebbs and flows, but was otherwise remarkably stable. You didn't have this mass influx of millions and millions and millions of people in a very, very short time frame, talking less than 100 years at any point, but that's often what it's used to justify, is my understanding.
Overall, from a leftist argument, that's what they would say.
The left would say that.
Yeah.
So I think that's where civic nationalists like me would have some sympathy with. It's not just about Islam. I think there's some sympathy with this idea of like, hey, come on, there's no magic soil. The people who built this incredible culture, which we've got here, the best culture in the world that we've built, were built by a bunch of people of similar ethnicities, right? But it is true that they are multiple ethnicities, right? English, we are talking about several things, and with Scottish, it's like the Scots and the Celts and the Vikings and stuff.
We are a distinct ethnic group that has been built up over time. So over 1,000 years, these these distinct groups that have formed together to create the ethnogenesis of the English, that's who we are as a people. So to deny that and say we're various ethnic groups is ridiculous. Of course, we're different, distinct from the Scottish, or we're distinct from the Welsh and the Irish and so forth, but we're also very similar because we have a lot of shared history. But to say that we're not a distinct ethnic group is completely denying who the English are, and that's unacceptable.
But it's a distinct ethnic group made up of several ethnicities.
Yes, and that's how ethnic groups are formed over time.
And they came together and did well. So it's
Yeah.
not inconceivable. There are problems at the moment, but it's not inconceivable that other ethnicities could join this and also then become part of this greater ethnicity that builds something better.
No, they can't. We've built our people as who we are now. We don't want to become. We don't England to form into another. We don't the English to form into another ethnic group that's mixed in with some Bangladeshis and some Indians or some Africans or whatever it may be, because then that's not the English.
Yeah, but that's what the Anglo-Saxons would have said when the Normans came over. We don't want them coming over in, and it actually went pretty well in the end.
Yeah, and this is over 1,000 years ago, and these times are very different to what they are now. Those were invaders. They were not welcomed in to actually replace your people and let them sit back and watch it happen, and actually pay for the privilege of it as well.
Well, they assimilated and they mixed, and then they created this amazing culture over. There were also back then from 10.
Leaving out that as William was coming over, as far as I understand, even after Harold, it was Harold at the time, was defeated, but weren't exactly happy about it. He had to go around and quell multiple different rebellions all up and down the country, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, it was a long time ago. People weren't happy about it then, right? People weren't happy about it then. And you're seeing here that is the argument basically that people aren't happy about it now, but somehow, with what we've already seen, it's going to lead to something even greater again. Well, you have to look at those countries where people are coming from, at least as far as I'm aware anyway. Countries around that time would have been very technologically similar. For example, countries around this time would have been quite technologically similar. You didn't have anything obviously resembling anything that we have today. But then later on, you would have had massive technical advancements that came from one area of the world, the Industrial Revolution and all of this kind of stuff, that when those people who took that to various areas of Africa, for example, you had Rhodesia, when they left, you had massive decline, right? Is the impression then that the society that created all of this stuff would have anything to gain from, forced? Because again, you have to always take into account that in Britain, what's happened, it's been forced. It's not been something which people have, willingly consented to, at least from a political perspective. It's been forced, and now it's going to create something better. Well, all of our current indicators would have us believe that, no, things are not going in a very positive direction whatsoever. So I'm with that understanding. I know how Andrew's trying to weave it in here. Again, it's a very common argument that I see, but these people, again, would have been very similar to each other, right? They wouldn't have been exactly the same, but they would have been within this quite closely grouped cluster, right? There would have been someone coming in from massively outside that cluster, which again, if you look at then like the cultural norms of these places, stuff like that, you got to think, do we really have anything to gain from mass numbers of these people coming here? The English are an Anglo-Celtic people derived from the Anglo-Saxons, Germanic tribes, and Brythonic Celts. Include things like Danish. You can include Danish Vikings and such in that, but they are Germanic. So again, very, very close together. Very, very, very close together, these European tribes and European, groups. So again, I suppose the question is, can you? Like, could you bring these people in and bring them into this wider ethnic group? I suppose you could. The question then revolves down to then, should you? But the reality we are dealing with is that has been forced in Britain. And every time people were asked, the vast majority said that they never wanted it. So you're not just dealing with, well, could something happen? The reality is that something has been forced to happen, and people never wanted that thing to happen. And it's a matter of addressing that problem. Or regardless of what's going to happen in 100 years or 200 years or whatever time, you're going to have it. are we happy with the conquest or not? Are we thinking about, well, things could be so much better? I don't see how you can make the argument that things are going to be so much better when we're a minority, i.e. when the English are a minority in this case. English people going, oh yeah, things are going to be so much better for us when we're a minority. It kind of falls apart. Just you don't even really need to go into all of these weeds, which often then seems that people, to try and discredit these positions, which in reality are quite simple positions, they want to and you see this a lot of the time as well. They want to intently complicate them to try and discredit them when there's really no need. There's really no need. Just a basic string of logic, and you got to take into account what are the best people. I think with some people are either the most confident or most knowledgeable in their ideas. What's the biggest thing you always see? Can you explain it to a 5-year-old? Can you explain it to a 5-year-old? And if you're it almost seems like people are trying to intently complicate things in order to then unfairly discredit those ideas, just because most people aren't going to be able to have the requisite knowledge to be able to refute them. But you don't even need to complicate it. The complication in itself is a diversion tactic, if you will, because the conclusion on the face of it is rather simple. And the intentional complication is designed to unfairly discredit it in many ways.
66, there were Jews as well. So we had Normans, Jews.
But Jews were also expelled from the UK as well.
Yeah, and then brought back in.
Yeah,
but they've
unfortunately.
Right, I see. Several hundred years ago. I think Jews have contributed quite well to this country.
How would you say so?
Well, I think there's sort of 30% of Nobel Prize winners.
It's going to be
so
interesting.
Pretty good in technology. Einstein, it's pretty good.
Okay.
So does that mean that?
So he corrected himself. So those of you can see, he said about 30% of Nobel Prize winners were Jewish, and he corrected himself, saying that is estimated about 22% of Nobel Prize winners were Jewish. So good to see that at least he's seemingly, whether he's doing this for just appearances, I don't know, but he's correcting himself. So at least people are, in theory, you're hoping that this is accurate. Obviously, you always have to then go and read behind it yourself, but at least then it seems to be that he's correcting himself.
Because some of these people have done some great achievements that all of their people can stay here.
Well, I think they've actually been responsible for an overwhelming amount of the number of the achievements.
I would argue that your achievements are irrelevant because our people come first. It doesn't matter, even if our people struggle and we're the worst people in the world, we are still a distinct group of people that deserves our own homeland. Jewish people have, despite the controversy around it, have their own homeland to return to. There is nowhere else for my people to go to. This is our final battleground. You guys have somewhere else to go. We do not.
Is that where you would send me, Israel?
Yeah.
What if Israel didn't?
Now, my question around this issue would be, obviously the question then is around, you don't just have the ethnic component, which obviously you have the Jewish ethnic component, and Andrew has been open in his tweets, in his posts, for example, touting that he's Jewish, mate, he's 100% Jewish, what he says. So the Jewish component, but then my question to Steve in this instance would be, what if you had an English person that wanted to follow Judaism because it was the truth, and because they thought it was the truth, even, right? Because they thought it was. Would then, even though they could be 100% ethnically English, would they then be expelled also? That would just be a question I would like to ask, because a lot of the time you see this question around Jewish people. Okay, well, do you mean people that aren't ethnically Jewish but follow the religion? Do you mean, Jewish people who are ethnically Jewish but they might be, atheist in their beliefs or whatever? Because it can mean both a religion and an ethnicity, it can often then be difficult to understand which one anybody's talking about at a given time. Or are they talking about both? That would have just been my question to Steve at this moment in time. It's a question which I don't think Liam asked. At least I didn't hear him ask it anyway. I don't know whether Andrew's going to ask it later on. Be a case of, what if you had somebody who was ethnically English but wanted to follow Judaism because they thought it was the truth, they believed it was the truth? Right? What would then the response be to that person? I think that would be a really, really good question to ask in this instance.
Want me?
They would take you. You've got Jewish ethnicity.
What if I don't want to go to Israel?
That's not really your choice, unfortunately. Buddy. If I'm in a position of power where I can control the immigration situation in the country, it's not a choice for you. Unfortunately, you may not like the outcome, but that's what I would do. Yes.
And look, I think this has to be a place where people can say what they want to say. I mean, that's the whole point of Heretics. It's the whole point of YouTube. It's the whole point of all of this. Conversations that are not being had on TV. So, fair play to you for saying it. I don't want to go.
Sorry, I've just paused it a minute. I just wanted to check the chat. For any group to merge these, because the situation is different. 1,500 years ago, we were still migrating to different areas. Naturally, it is forced now. Yeah, that's the thing. The biggest thing is, groups are so different, and that's what Enoch Powell was. He was called a racist all the time. Obviously, he's saying, no, you had this, genuine diversity of all these different peoples that makes all of these different places around the world different. They have all these different colors, cultures, themes, whatever it is, and people, obviously, that make those cultures and themes. And in many ways, it'd be a shame to lose that, right? To have this whole mass that have been, brought together, and now you go anywhere. If every country was to apply this, and then every culture is the same, because every people is just this completely, heterogeneous, if that's the right word, mess, if you will, that everything just basically becomes grey. There's no distinguishing culture for every place, because there's no distinguishing people that made that culture. So yeah, people are using things that have been settled for like 1,500 years to try and make the case that what's happened in the last 100 years, not even 100 years, right, but the last 100 years, to make it that they're in any way similar. And it's not the case. The only thing you could say about them, really, in my opinion, is that it has been an invasion. Except with the Normans, they came here. Not only did they come here in such numbers that they weren't going to have a meaningful effect on the genealogy, from what I understand. They think they came here, as I said, about 10,000 or 30,000, whatever it was. You have, I think it was in 1 year, you had a net influx of tenfold that in 1 year. That was in an entire conquest. The entire conquest brought, I think, about 30,000 people here. Now you have that in, a few months, maybe not even that, a few weeks with legal plus illegal immigration. You have big numbers of that just coming through on every other, string of boats. What did we have the other day? We had several hundred, I think, come over the other day. You have these massive boats that are bringing in hundreds, oftentimes every week or every couple of days, even when the weather's good. So yeah, to try and imply that the two are in any way the same, again, you're looking through both of the context of an invasion, right? Which again, you think that people would be opposed to invasion, but you have something that is just so massive on a scale that's never ever been seen before, that's been facilitated by a government. Say what you want, at least the king at the time fought for his country, fought for his people, right? Took them down to the battlefield to secure their existence, right? The king now and the queen, right, have been openly facilitating this. So again, you have so many things that are different that you can't directly compare the two. Not only do you have the fact as well that the groups are very similar to each other, these northwestern European tribes or clans, whatever you want to call them, these northwestern European, ethnic groups, yes, mixed a little bit and formed then this broader ethnic group, but that's been settled, as you mentioned, for 1,500 years, or in the case of the Normans, 1,000 years. So what's happened in a tenth of that time is in any way comparable, right, is very, very disingenuous. Major effect of the Normans were upper class lords. Yeah, and, we have a lot of terms of the language nowadays that were changed from the Old English by their terms and stuff like that. So yeah, there was no meaningful effect, as you mentioned, on the people that were here at the time, because they came here in little number, and they brought over large numbers of the upper class and stuff like that, which then went on to to rule and stuff like that. It's just the two are not comparable, man. The two are really not comparable.
I don't speak Hebrew. I don't know that culture. I've been there a couple of times to visit over the years, as many not Jewish people have as well. But I never really considered myself anything other than English from a young age.
So if you had to choose between your Jewish ethnic group and the English ethnic group, who would you choose?
I don't believe in caring about ethnic groups. I would just choose England as a country. If we were talking about England versus Israel, I would choose England every time.
So what about if all of the Jews that was in the UK started defending Israel in the UK? Would you condemn them?
Yeah.
Your business is only using 20% of its data.
Just don't know whether Steve was expecting that answer to that question. We'll see how he responded. I've muted the ad for a minute, guys, because I can't skip it. Bloody HubSpot. Andrew, get better ads. Right.
So you're in a distinct group. That still doesn't change my opinion that I would remove you from the country. And it's not personal.
How would you measure this? Has this ever been measured? Well, obviously, if there's no evidence, that means that it's that it hasn't been measured. Now, the biggest thing is here that are being left out seemingly of these info boxes is that important to consider, and this is not me saying that this is the case, but absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So just because there is no evidence that British Jews are more loyal to Israel than the UK, that does not actually mean that that is true. And I think it would be impossible, right, to get a real reflection of that. The only way you could really get a reflection of that is to be able to. There was a game that came out a little while ago called Remember Me, and you can go into past memories and you can actually see what was being like thought at the time and change memories and stuff like that, right? The only way you could really get a good answer to that question is be actually able to be an unperceived observer of people's thoughts on this matter. Because I don't think if you present them, it's a little bit like presenting a client, like I've done a couple of times before with MyFitnessPal, and tell them to log their calories or whatever. There's all manner of reasons to be, either dishonest, or what they will do is they will take this reading of their nutrition or whatever, and then instantly they'll change because of that. They'll have this perception of it, and instantly they'll change. So I don't know if you could ever measure that. It's a bit of a weird, murky issue that we've got here, because it's not like you can point to the demographic trends, like the graph, as people often show the GIF, right, of the demographic change in cities and across the UK, right? I'd be like, that's happening, right? And you can literally see that with your own eyes. You can't see people's thoughts. You can't see what people are thinking at any given moment in time. But the thing is, you also have to juxtapose that with absence of evidence does not mean that is evidence of absence, okay? You need to have some kind of evidence to show that this is not true. No evidence does not actually mean that British Jews are more loyal to Israel than the UK, but how you would measure that, I honestly do not know. You could have reason to suspect it, though. You could have good reason to suspect it, given that Israel is the Jewish homeland. So it is something which you may suspect on this issue.
In my opinion, it's necessary. And no disrespect, but some of your people are very much responsible for the immigration that comes into our country.
Well,
if you look at the organisations, the institutions, the politicians who they're married to, the leaders of these NGOs, etc., they're all Jewish.
Yeah.
And that means that these people, I'm not saying all Jews do this, but there is a strong influence.
Well, this is an important one to talk about as well, because this is something that even Charlie Kirk was later coming around to say not long before he was killed. I think it's been one of the biggest things that's led to people speculating on who could be involved in that assassination. Again, a lot of those people I don't think have brought much compelling evidence forward. But again, here he even said, like, some of the biggest ones, Jewish donors, some of the biggest promoters of this quasi-Marxist, open borders, diversity stuff, right? And he was going on it more so from an American perspective. But even he was highlighting this. He was a staunch supporter of Israel, at least if all of his public interactions, stuff like that was to be believed. There's a lot of speculation on what was going on behind the scenes and stuff like that. He was expressing a lot of discontent with even a lot of the, big Jewish donors and stuff like that, who I don't think he named at any point, but they were calling him anti-Semitic of all things, right? For whatever reason, just because he wouldn't seemingly toe the exact line that they wanted. There is certainly, and figures like Zach Polanski don't help that out either, or David Poldansky, whatever name he's going by nowadays, right? Really, really do not help out this matter. And it's not just Jewish ones, because you have in many instances Christian ones as well. The Pope nowadays, head of the Catholic Church, saying that we should be able to live peacefully side by side with Islam. The same Pope 1,000 years ago was going to war with it. So it's not just Jewish ones. Important to note that many of the key principal figures indeed are, and it does set up this pattern, right, which is worthy of scrutiny. But again, you're seeing here the box coming in. Well, even Charlie Kirk, one of the most staunch supporters of Israel and defenders of Jews, to the extent even people who he identified as white identitarians, he would be vehemently opposed to and stuff like that, right? He called it out not long before he was killed, saying that some of the biggest non-profit donors, all of these things, were secular Jewish organizations. And then when eventually they brought all these people in, they started coming for Jewish people. They're like, oh, what the hell is going on? Be like, well, you created this. So it'd be like, he said there was decoupling to do. There was, divesting to do, all of this stuff. He was very strong in his terms. So there's important to consider, really, if nothing else. Very, very important to consider. Those damn info boxes. I can see why people started to see that they were very annoying. Again, it seems as though it was a novel approach. Now, somebody who he vehemently disagreed with, whom I saw the interview with, was Helen Weberly. I don't know if he'd done anything like that with regards to that interview and stuff like that. I have no idea. But the biggest thing is that Steve, right, maybe your question takes him off guard or whatever. Steve doesn't have the luxury of putting these info boxes in. So I can see why people are, a bit, angry in this regard. But yeah, I can also see from a creator standpoint why Andrew has done it as well. And I've done it to a little point as well, where conversations I've had in the past, if I want to put some footage over the top of it, like I was talking with Tim Davis earlier on, for one of the first conversations I'd done on the podcast, and the topic of the California wildfires came up. So I put the video overlay over the top of it. I can see why people do it. But again, this completely novel makes you think, did he do this just with Steve in mind? Why wasn't he doing this before? Another valid question to ask.
In immigration to the UK, with connections to the Jewish organisations and Jewish lobbies. And to me, that's very problematic, because our people are being demographically replaced and your people are helping that happen.
There are a lot of Jews doing that.
Yeah.
And this is a cause of frustration among many Jews who are silenced, who aren't able to put forward the other side so much. And the reason for that is mostly TV channels and the like will not even let us speak. I can't go on. As much as you're much more controversial than I am, I'm still so controversial that I can't even get my view on our TV channels. I think this reminds me of, I had a sort of debate with a human rights lawyer recently who was the ultra kind of woke, let's bring in lots of immigration, those kinds of, that was the kind of thing. And he had some Jewish ancestry in him, but mostly was white English, right? And most people in the tweets below and all the comments were saying, see that guy, Clive Stafford Smith, he's a Jew, that's why. And the irony to me was, here are two people talking, but one of them is fully Jewish. I'm as Jewish as it gets, Ashkenazi, all of those things, arguing vehemently against immigration with someone who has some Jewish blood in him, who is arguing for immigration. But the only blood in the room at that point arguing for immigration and more immigration was white English blood. So it's definitely something that I think you guys sometimes miss. There's a huge number of woke people in this country who are white English. You've noticed those people.
Yeah. And those people are a problem, but they are still our people, whether we like it or not. I don't agree with their ideology. I don't agree with what they want for this country, but they're still my people. They still have a right to this land.
Well, so do Jews. They've been here since 1066.
Yeah, but they also do not. This is not your land.
But
this is not your country.
Whose land was it? It wasn't the Normans' land before they came over.
This is the English land. This is built by England.
And what does England mean? England comprises Jewish as well.
England is the land of the Angles. It's named after us.
Well, tell the Normans that.
The Normans didn't really have much input in terms of our DNA.
They definitely changed and shaped our culture.
They shaped our culture and influenced our organisations and institutions, but they very much did not interfere in our ethnic group.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing there. You notice an info... Oh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know. Am I coming through okay? I think I accidentally hit something. Right, because I got my cable resting right by here. Notice there's no info box coming up here to talk about the Norman stuff and all of these kinds of things. Yeah, Jewish as it gets, not English then. Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. It'd be like, one of these things, like people who then say that, people can be proud of their ancestry and proud of where they're from and their heritage and stuff like that. Yeah, sure. But the biggest thing is then it would not be English. That's also what they have to acknowledge, which again is where the problem comes in, because again it kind of feeds into Steve's argument there. But notice there's no info box coming up here about how many Normans landed and how much effect that would have had on the genealogy. And the biggest thing is, yes, you take, like, they influence the culture maybe because as you said, Varg, they're coming in, they were from the upper class, the lords, the knights, would have had influence on the social customs and the governance and all of those things, right? And the difference being, however, is that if you could take a blood kit back and you could take back all your futuristic equipment and stuff like that and do a blood test on them, then it would point to a certain area of the world that likely, at the very least, wouldn't be England, right? I think that's pretty much where it would point to. It would point to France, right? And it would point to that area of the world. Because again, these things have been, stable over long periods of time. It would still point, no matter, say they kept in their little social enclave, only Normans breeding with Normans, for example, then even 1,000 years later, that would still point back to France, would it not? Am I right in saying that? I think that's pretty self-explanatory, or at least pretty easy to understand. You don't need to overcomplicate it. And that's where I said this before, is that the one thing you'd never be able to fake, right, at least in the context of actually doing the test properly, you wouldn't be able to fake your blood. Now, athletes pass piss tests all the time despite being on drugs, oftentimes because they swap somebody's urine with somebody else. I think that was the whole thing around the Russian Winter Olympics scandal, right? They were basically swapping piss samples with clean samples and stuff like that, right? You can get around these things, but that, again, further makes the point, because that's not your piss in the cup. That's not your blood in the test tube. Your blood, right? Blood from my body would point to somewhere in the world, right? The blood from somebody else would point to somewhere in the world. You can't fake that. That's the biggest thing, is that regardless of culture, regardless of what language you speak, even regardless of what your passport says, you can't fake that. It's bad faith, just like him sat there Googling everything before he asked me. Yeah, I can understand that. I don't think, and I think that you can see the different kind of thing where going into this, it was a different kind of conversation. Again, kind of, I don't know whether it's maybe some of Andrew's, again, BBC credentials showing through, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I can understand that. Because maybe Steve wouldn't have known that was going to be the case. It looks like the bit of the video that Andrew filmed beforehand talking about the info boxes was filmed afterwards, right? Now, I've done that, not for interviews. I've never done anything like these info boxes during interviews and stuff like that. I've recorded bits after the fact for certain episodes where I've gone back and I've had a chance to look up certain things or whatever, and I put those in my own things. But yeah, when you're doing things like this to try and make the guest look bad, again, you could see there, because of how opposed in ideas, and Andrew are saying that he believes Steve's ideas are dangerous, almost like anything which you can do to try and discredit them is fair game. So I can understand why Steve would think that. Absolutely.
In terms of our ethnicity.
How's that possible? What does that mean?
Especially, sorry, just wanted to, I think I said it, but especially if he wasn't informed that they were going to do that beforehand, which it does seem that he wasn't.
They're very much the elite. They're very much the elites that came over when there was the Normans,
right,
and so forth. But going back to your point, England belongs to the English. It doesn't matter whether you do not like that outcome. This is why, for instance, you would be in the civic nationalist position, because you've got skin in the game. Because if you lent into the ethno-state sort of approach, like your homeland does, like if, for instance, Israel's allowed an ethno-state, sure, it's around 78%, but they're expanding and they're making more living room for Jewish people, and the only people that really have any right in that country are Jewish people.
There have been people that have speculated over this, so I believe this is accurate from what I understand, that indeed Arabs who make up 21% hold Israeli citizenship with full voting rights, and some of them do serve in the Israeli Knesset. I've seen some people theorizing, however, and certainly I think many of the Israeli nationalists, right, would prefer that this wasn't the case. I'm speculating there. I haven't seen any of them that I understand, really comment on this. Maybe that's them. Again, you see them when they spoke to Tommy Robinson, they spoke about the British. Like, the one guy doesn't have a very good perception of the British, said that they have a special place in hell. Maybe they have greater affinity with, again, they could say that they're distinct ethnicities, but very similar from certain regions of the world, and including them into their culture because they are very genetically similar. Couldn't you make, again, the same argument for Israel that you're making for the UK? But then if you make that argument towards Israel and say that, maybe it shouldn't just be a state for the Jews and they shouldn't be a majority ethno state, or all of a sudden that makes you an anti-Semite or whatever. But if you say it about the English and that they shouldn't be able to be the vast majority in their home, all of a sudden that makes you a far right Nazi. A bit of incongruence there. But as far as I'm aware, that at least they do indeed have Arabs who serve as politicians in the Israeli Knesset. One thing you can say about Israel, even acknowledging our checkered history and even understanding, the whole thing about the Jewish organizations, the secular Jewish organizations, especially that promote this Marxist open border stuff, the right-wing Jewish factions in Israel that are constantly hearkening for war, and then the left-wing Jews that encourage multiculturalism and all of this stuff. That's the way it seems to be anyway. It's the one that you can say that at least it's the one state in the Middle East that is, resembling a, Western democracy, if you will. So at least it's kind of like, if you could say, it's the most advanced in that regard. But again, when we're looking at things like wars in the Middle East and the British involvement in those wars and stuff like that, and especially Americans' involvement in those wars, you could certainly question that, because it's just questioning foreign influence and foreign involvement in foreign wars and whether it's to our benefit. So you think no war, at least foreign war anyway, at this moment in time, is something that we should be involved in because the problems are here. It's the biggest thing is you're seeing here when these conversations come up, and I like to have conversations around this because, the foreign conflicts are inevitably going to be coming into the discussion, obviously, but a lot of times people will want to talk about that kind of stuff, what foreign wars, Israel, Ukraine, all of this stuff, because they want to get away from stuff that's happening at home, often because they don't want to face the grim realities of what's going on at home. But that's where we are, and it's the only one that we have. Hey, David, how you doing? Yeah, going through Andrew's question. So not Andrew's question, Andrew Gold's podcast with Steve. Andrew Gold's a bit disingenuous. He's a phony. Starting to get that vibe, especially when he brought in these info boxes and stuff like that. And it does seem that he's obviously coming at this with a particular angle. It was a bit disappointing to see, but looking forward to seeing what Steve's responses would be. The one thing I would say that gets me about Andrew versus somebody like a Liam Tufts. I think I said this before. Liam Tufts speaks in very kind of just regular person terms, just regular people's terms, which can be good for trying to make things, simple and trying to keep them like without needless complication. Andrew then being more kind of like the intellectual, kind of be maybe you might say a little bit more professional, a little bit more prim and proper, whatever words you want to use, right, with it, especially with his BBC background and stuff like that. It can present a slightly different attacks for Steve to deal with, which I think is good nonetheless. But I can see what people say that, and especially when these info boxes, which seem to be a novel thing coming up specifically for the Steve Laws thing, it seems as though, again, it's very reminiscent of like MSNBC posh, that's the word, MSNBC fact-checking kind of thing, but again, very selective in the way that it's been done. He left out the one with the Normans, which would have, gone against his point, and it seems to be the ones that he is putting that seem to contradict him, but not so much contradict him, but again, trying to make it seem as though it's been done in an unbiased way, but there seems to be a little bit more of a systematic approach that's gone on behind it. But not to mention, it's done after the fact, which Steve had no input on it, and if he wasn't informed of that beforehand, I think that's very, very disingenuous indeed.
What do you mean any rights?
A non-Jew could not lead that country. Why can Israel have an ethno-state, but the English can't? We only have one land. This is our land.
They could change that law. There's no law at this moment in time, but they could change it. At the end of the day, they have the majority of the population and they have the majority of politicians in the Knesset. There's no reason they couldn't change it. So again, just because they have no law dictating that this prime minister must be Jewish at this point, do you really think Jewish people again, people having discontent that the English or the British are being led by foreigners, you could understand then if Jewish people would have discontent of being led by a foreigner as well. You could perfectly understand that.
It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter how long you've been here. It doesn't matter if you was born here, your grandparents were born here. It means nothing to me. Total remigration. Everyone has to go.
I think Israel, we need to remember it's actually several ethnicities, really. I mean, when you go there, probably at least half of the people there are not white, so they're not Ashkenazi Jews. They're not the same ethnicity as me. We're talking about Ethiopian Jews, Mizrahi, Sephardi Jews.
It's a Jewish state. It's a Jewish state.
It's a Jewish state.
Yeah, it's not it's not an ethnic state on terms of separate Jewish ethnicities. It's a state for the Jews.
It's about a culture, though, really, with Jews.
Yes,
if you converted to Judaism, you could go as well. It's not an easy thing to do.
If I converted to Judaism tomorrow, they would not take me in. Not that I would do it.
They might not take you in.
No. So this is my point. It's all in favour of the Jews. Everything in that country is in favour of the Jews. It's the same. And there's nothing wrong with that. You want a country that's in favour of your own people. Fine. Crack on. My problem is that it affects my country. What goes on in Israel affects my country. Why does that happen? Why should that happen? Why are my politicians in the pocket of Jewish lobby groups? Why?
Now, maybe you could say then you have to bring in other things as well, like UN, all of these other groups as well, which are more, as Andrew's mentioned, if it's like the globalist organizations. You can even group in things like as I mentioned before, the Catholic Church with their big drives to, for accepting the asylum seeker and all of these things, right? Despite the fact we've seen that the asylum system is just another measure for immigration, right? Which people should have the right, being the inhabitants of those lands or being the indigenous people of those lands to have the determination over that, right? It's a little bit like your house. It's an extension of your house. You decide who comes into your house and who goes and who has permission to be there and who doesn't, right? Who is it for any government or any other authority to say who is allowed to be in that home, right? Cuts straight against the thing of private property, right? But you've seen that you have to then, I suppose, talk about all of these other things as well. But for sure, think about it. These wars in the Middle East, they create refugees, they create all of these displaced civilians and stuff like that. And where the hell do they end up going? To our places. So, yeah. And our government, because they want to displace us and because they want to replace us for their own political gain, are more than happy to take them in. So we always have to juxtapose that again with our own governments as well. But yeah, absolutely. It's a case of, there's this war that's going on 100 or 1,000 miles away, whatever it is. And then we are having to be affected by it. Why? Well, we don't have the mandate over that land anymore. Hell, they initiated many attacks to us over it, right? Both the Arabs and the Jews. You had the Sergeant's Affair. You had the King David Hotel bombing. You had all of these other things, right? That many of them still say that we have a special place in hell for. So, he does indeed have a point here. I think the chief thing at this point, though, regardless of what's going on in Israel, the chief villain is always our own government. Yeah, you can understand why somebody would be aggrieved when they see that these wars in the Middle East and stuff like that in Israel, and we're going to be talking about collective punishment in a little bit as well, which I think is going to be an interesting part of the discussion, that you have this war going on and then all of a sudden you're having to be affected by it, just the regular people, not the politicians. Why? It's a valid question for sure. Hey Autumn, how's it going? Emma Solomon, head of the UK Refugee Council. Is he who we think he is? Is he who we think he is? Name would imply.
Why are all of these NGOs flooding immigrants into my country? Why are we allowing this to happen?
I think if you look for a pattern, you're going to see it, unfortunately. And if you see
but patterns
Jews
exist
everywhere,
for a reason.
Patterns exist for a reason. Well, yeah, because humans are scared. Humans are scared.
However,
so they look for patterns.
The biggest thing is, well, then stereotypes exist for a reason, and say, a lot of times, say we want, stereotypes don't necessarily exist without the pattern, right? Regardless of if it's a good stereotype or a bad stereotype, right? Doesn't really matter. There's a pattern of either behavior or observation, whatever, that underlies that stereotype. And that behavior or that pattern exists. It's just the way it is.
to find a way to fight against something. Your country and my country has been recently completely changed demographically, and it's a really scary thing. So we look for who can we blame? Who can we blame this on? Look, I'm Jewish. All my family's Jewish. Everyone I know is Jewish. I can tell you, none of them are pro-immigration, particularly Islamic immigration, which is the majority of what we're talking about. But you're seeing a pattern in certain NGOs. I see it on Twitter all the time. Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates and Keir Starmer.
Now, I'm a person that obviously cares about Islam. Obviously, they probably want to put a sword, and cut my head off, right? But it does reek to me a little bit of deflection there, having to group it in with Islamic immigration, because obviously you can't necessarily group it in with foreign immigration because, well, I suppose you could say he's not really in a position where he could do that.
All these people are Jewish, and Tony Blair and David Cameron, and then none of them are Jewish.
No, but their advisors were.
Yes,
the Home Secretary, like for instance, the Blair era, who flooded into the country. On their cabinet, like 5 of them were Jews.
Well, that's because Jews are overachievers.
No, they're overrepresented.
They're overrepresented in Nobel Prizes as well, as I said.
And they also have the victim cards.
There we go. Is this actually true? Point being is there, for the viewer, is it actually true? Were indeed 5 Jews in Blair's cabinet, or were there 5 Jews? This is the question that the info box is posing. Steve says that there were 5 Jews in Blair's cabinet. The info box is saying that it is not. There is not. Is it true or is it not? That's the problem we're asking here, because we have Steve's testimony. We have the info box. So I suppose unless you have the exact breakdown of Blair's cabinet, right, you wouldn't know, because you need to be able to go and look at those people, and a lot of them, if they were to put down on a census, you don't know if that's 100% accurate, I suppose. There's a lot of things here, especially when you're dealing with around that time. Did Blair make his cabinet members sign a form stating what their ethnicity or religious affiliation was? I don't know. I don't think he really would have cared all that much, just because he wanted to flood it with all different kinds of people anyway. Didn't care seemingly whether they were Muslim. Obviously did care whether they were Muslim, and whether they were Sikh, whether they're Hindi and whatever else, just focused on rubbing the right's nose in diversity, so to speak. But you can see there's some prominent members pulled out. Gordon Brown, Jack Straw. We actually talked about Jack Straw and some of his remarks in the David Starkey stream. David Blanket. So again, he's pulled out a couple of names to be like, oh, well, look at all these examples seemingly who aren't. But again, for the info box to really be accurate, I suppose, could you have put down like a full breakdown of Blair's cabinet? But again, put in after the fact. It does seem as though Andrew saw this, realized maybe he didn't have an answer for it, and then wanted to go put it in after the fact.
But this should be a good thing to be overrepresented, because you've
no, it's not. Why should a foreign?
But it wasn't DEI policies, was it, back then?
But why should a foreign ethnic group be overrepresented in my own
Because it's not
homeland?
a foreign ethnic group. They've been here for over 1,000 years.
No, you are a foreign ethnic group. You're not English.
Over 1,000 years.
You're not English.
Been here over 1,000. I am.
I don't care if you've been here 2,000 years. It's not your land. England belongs to the.
Didn't he just say earlier on in the conversation that he was 100% Jewish? Which, if Jewish is an ethnicity, therefore would not be English, would it not? And that's not me expressing any hatred or anything like that, but it's just said he was 100% Jewish. And if we're going to take Jewish as an ethnicity, not just merely a religious affiliation, then that would mean that you can't be the other thing. You can't be English in this instance. Notice there was no info box for that.
English.
Have you done a My Heritage test or one of those tests?
Yes.
Right, and what, 100% English?
98%.
What's the other 2%?
Irish.
All right. Well, there you go.
There you go. English.
Well, partly Irish.
But with 2%.
Is Harry Kane English?
He's Irish.
He's Irish.
Yes, because he's got Irish ancestry.
This kind of obsession. Look, I get where it comes from.
No, but this is where it comes from, because you're going down the route of what about this 2%? That's not an argument that I even present. This is not an argument that I come through and use on my campaigns. My campaign is England belongs to the English. If your grandparents are English and their grandparents are English, you're English.
Well, then fine, I'm English.
You're not
good.
English, though. You're not an English. You're not.
My grandparents were English.
You're not English.
Well, they're all born in England.
Doesn't matter. Being born in England. If I was born in a barn, would I be a fucking horse? do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Like,
Let me
using
just
that
do
argument
that
is
out there.
nonsense. Andrew.
I think to define someone's nationality, you can probably look at where.
But the other thing is, he can't say then he's 100% Jewish. Because obviously he's not referring, if I'm not mistaken, Andrew's said that he's, at least on past interviews or past podcasts, whatever, that he's more atheistic, if anything. So it's not coming from a religious standpoint. So if he's saying he's 100% Jewish, what point could you possibly be saying that from other than your ancestry and therefore your ethnicity? And again, so can you be these two separate things at the same time? This is like, I'm having to engage this weird kind of doublethink to make this work. Again, you can't just, because earlier on in this conversation, he threw out that he was 100%, Jewish. I think the exact phrase he used was, he's as Ashkenazi as it gets. So be like, well, how do you bring these two together? I suppose the only way you could do it then is by saying that, well, there's no such thing really as English. And, well, where does that road lead you down? That leads you down the same road that Ricky Doolan was going down with regards to, the Laura Towler debate that we covered a little while ago.
They and their ancestors are from, and if mine are from England, then I think I've got a good argument for saying that I am English. Now, you would say ethnically English, and I would say, okay, well, what is that? Again, we're going back to that. And I don't think you have an answer to that, unfortunately. Anglo-Saxon, Norman, Celtic, and back from 1066, Jews.
So this is a thing, right? From your perspective, all you care about is the Jewish argument. All your interest is, your interest isn't what's best for this country. Your interest is, I want to stay in this country. It's for me. I want to stay here. My family were born here.
But why do you say
So
that's my own? That's all we've spoken about so far. Why do you say that all of my interest is Jewishness? We can move on to another topic if you want to.
No, carry on. By
we
all
went
means.
Jewish because you said I shouldn't be here anymore.
No, I
and you sent me back
believe
to
you should
Israel.
be. Yeah.
Well, I understand that, and I respect the opinion, and I think we
it's
should
not
have this conversation.
personal, and it's not personal. It's just necessary. My people are being demographically replaced in my homeland. A lot of your people are responsible for that,
But more of your people are.
Yeah, there are people who played a part as well.
Vastly more of your people are responsible.
Yes, but having foreign subversives help those
We're not
things.
foreign. We've been here since 1066.
You are foreign. To me, you're foreign. To me, you're foreign. You disagree.
Well, to me, you're 2% Irish.
I'm an Englishman.
Yes.
I'm looking at you as a Jew,
Yeah.
and I'm telling you you are foreign.
Well, you wouldn't have known that if I didn't tell you.
No, your name's Gold.
Yeah, well, if we change the name.
From Goldstein.
Yeah, we could change it to another name.
Yeah, so that's what you're subverting yourself even more to try and hide amongst the population. It's just proving my point that you people.
Oh, I saw this clip. I was waiting for this to come up. I saw this clip. This is like, oh. I think one thing you can say, maybe I'm playing devil's advocate here, in Andrew's favour here, because I think maybe judging by his facial expression here, he might have realised what he just done played straight into Steve's hands, or even then just... again, it's the thing, revealing that he changed his name, or at least his family changed his name. I don't know whether he changed his name specifically or whether it was his family that changed his name, but I saw people pointing this out, that he changed his family name. His name is not Andrew Gold, it's Andrew Goldstein. And then again, it highlighting there that, that's a form that could be seen as a form of subversion. And it kind of plays into the whole thing of the stereotyping. Well, it's like, oh, hang on. If the stereotype exists... well, there's going to be something that underlies a stereotype, because most people, just being regularly logical people, I don't think that they just make conceptions of people for no reason whatsoever, right? For the most part, if there's a stereotype, there's going to be something, at least in that person's worldview, in how they see the world, that underlies that stereotype. But if that stereotype exists, that means that a lot of people have noticed it. And that doesn't always mean that those people are right. But again, most people are able to see things with their eyes and hear things with their ears. I think Andrew realizes what he's kind of done here, and he realizes he's kind of undone his entire thing. And respect to him for not cutting this out. Other people, if they'd had this in the interview or whatever, they would have cut it out or whatever. But it's like, respect in a way for like not cutting this out, and seeing this like, oh, holy shit, I just kind of played into his hands here, and I just kind of undone almost like my entire argument. This was nuts.
people are foreign.
Yeah, I don't think that's really proof. I mean, you just put Livramento in an England team that you think was English. I mean, I don't think you've got a grasp on names and where they're
That
from.
was just a troll post.
It was a troll post that you got badly wrong.
No, it was a troll post. It was a troll post in terms of I was just trolling people.
Yeah,
not
so
everything. Not everything.
But
so
not
everything I post on Twitter is taken as something serious. So
I think you can admit you got that one wrong.
So if I checked your Twitter feed and went through every single
I would admit
post,
that I got some of them wrong.
I think they're, again, trying to get him over a troll post. Now, if it was actually a troll post, it's like, you could see there, he knows where this part of the conversation's gone at least, and he knows that he's mastered on the back foot. He needs to try and just claw something back. And if it was indeed a troll post, it is a really weird, avenue to go down. And it's just like, I think it's the case with Steve, because his ideas are perceived as so radical, and just because of the way that he conducts himself as well, in terms of his demeanor, right? A lot of people do take what he says very, very seriously. A lot of people are thinking about, not only resolving these problems, but how far the pendulum can swing the other way. I think with most people that resolves more so around the socialism issue. A lot of people are thinking that you didn't get to where you were currently, which is nigh on verging on a China communist system, right? Without the socialism element. So when you see some people on the right, for example, then openly touting that, it kind of, again, people are very serious about this because of the indoctrination through the school system, obviously, because it's been so one-sided, because they're thinking about this in the way that they've been told to. But then also thinking about how far the pendulum is going to swing the other way and where they would be comfortable with that. So yeah, in fairness, Steve's posts are put under a heightened element of scrutiny. But hey, why can't he troll? Why can't he troll at the end of the day? Because if you got it in the Liam Tufts interview, he was just a regular guy. He literally said, he finished off by saying he was a self-employed painter, father, patriot, liked to play video games. It's like, so what, you think he's not going to troll online from time to time?
That was a bit silly.
What, the English team?
With Livramento in it, saying if we didn't have different ethnicities, this is what the England team would look
Yeah,
like.
I was just doing it for a joke. Some things are a joke.
You're
reading too much into a throwaway shit post on Twitter, Andrew.
Steve.
It's silly.
We've got good faith arguments here. You can say I got it wrong.
No, I don't have to
admit
good faith
anything. With the info boxes?
What I'm trying to explain to you, and what you're trying to push to me,
was
is
Kane in that team?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Well, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, because it was a joke post, Andrew.
Oh, come on.
Honestly. Are we really going to spend 10 minutes of the podcast talking about a joke post?
It's been 1 minute so far.
Okay.
And you want English ethnicity. What I'm trying to say to you is I actually understand where you're coming from, and I get it. And it's a scary time right now. And it does feel that way. And it might be hard for you to imagine this, but for Jewish people as well, most of us, it does also feel really scary. For black people, it probably feels very scary. I can't speak for them. It feels scary what is happening and how quickly it's happening to this country. So I do get it. I'm not trying to have a go. I get where you're coming from. What I'm trying to say to you is this is all impossible to enact. So
and again, you have to juxtapose that with then it's a very scary time indeed. Think about how scary it was for people whose towns and cities have now been taken over. It is a very, very scary time. Take myself, for example. I'm scared because of what you look at the lunatics inside the Welsh government. You look at what could be incoming if friggin' Plaid get in the next election or whatever. That's fucking scary. That's fucking scary because we could very quickly go the direction that England has gone. And guess what? Because Wales is so much smaller, because we only have about 3 million people, and that's even taking into account that not all of them are going to be Welsh people currently, and even people who I talk to who are vehemently opposed to me and my politics notice their communities changing. I live in a very rural area of Wales. There's not so much rural valleys area. It's not like you have farmland and stuff like that, but it's all covered with solar panels and everything like that now anyway. But I affectionately call it bumfuck nowhere in Wales. You couldn't point to it on a map, most probably. And I'm scared, it hasn't really made itself manifest massively in towns where I live and stuff like that yet, but I see what's on the horizon because I look at England. I'm like, oh, holy shit, that's what the Welsh government want to do here. And because we have a population that's about, well, in terms of English people, probably about less than 10% the size, it would be so much easier. It would be so much easier and so much quicker. That's fucking terrifying. So yeah, and you could forgive me then for not necessarily being concerned about what all of these other groups you know, think is terrifying, being like, we could find ourselves in a position worse than England a lot quicker, right? With things like nation of sanctuary and all of these things. And the Welsh government, if they wanted to do what they want to do, they'd have to go quicker and be more violent with it, because they understand that people see through it because of what's happened with England, because of how radicalized they've become, because of X, because of freedom of speech, because of how woken up the people are, because there's all this activism going on. I've been on activism with Joe Marsh and all of these other people, right? Because they realize people are so much more awake. They're not as asleep as they were anymore. They need to move quicker. So it is going to be more violent. That makes it all the more terrifying. I don't even think the census maps that we've got for Wales in particular are accurate. It's the best thing that we have to go off, but I think it's actually a lot worse than it actually is. Terrifying. Especially when you see that there's an emergency census call for next year.
Impossible to enact.
Because you can't really imagine a situation where
No,
people
you can't imagine it. I can envision it straight away. I can envision millions of people being thrown onto planes and deported from my country.
I don't think
that.
you've thought it through.
What do you mean I haven't thought it through?
There would be a massive civil war.
What? Define.
Before we get into that, the one thing I've seen that they haven't really been drilling down on any conversation, I hope we do get into logistics in this conversation in a moment, is that the conversation came up a little bit in my conversation with Josh Fernie, where we talked about, you know, not only how would you get people to leave, but how would you ensure that they were repatriated, because there would be all of these connections with foreign governments and you'd have to authorize all these things, right? I don't see anybody talking about what Steve would say with regards to those things, right? You know, you could set up systems, as we've seen, to get, you know, many people and force them to go along with a certain action and be transported places and all of those things, right? You can do that. You can forcibly displace people, right? Regardless of protests, regardless of all of these things. You could do it. The difference being is, if it's going to be not domestically done, right? Like you send them off to a camp like they would have done in Russia, or like let's just get the example of the way, like in Nazi Germany or whatever, where everything was done within the territory of Germany pretty much. You had initially, they were trying to seemingly get them to go to other areas and stuff like that. But if those other countries don't want to take them back, you have another problem now. So I'd like to see how Steve would be like, oh, say you want to send people back to Nigeria. How would you get the Nigerians to be on board with that? Nigeria at the moment is in massive strife with the Muslim terror groups and stuff like that. So how would you get them to be taken back and all of these things, right? To all of these other areas where maybe they've seen how weak Britain has become. They don't want Britain to get rid of all these people and become strong again. So they're going to say no. What do you do then? That would be a question I'd like to see posed to Steve, for example.
A civil war.
Okay, okay.
How would you envision a civil war? Because how I envision...
Most people would stand up for the minorities being thrown out.
But by most, define most.
Okay.
Those that live in the city centres.
Think of all the people who support you, right?
Yeah.
And then think of everyone else in the country.
Yeah.
And which one's bigger?
Yeah, but you're assuming everyone in the country is going to take that side, when in reality they're going to sit out and not get involved.
No, I think people will get
but
very
you think
involved.
The average mum and dad that goes on the school run is going to go out on the street and fight against people because they're deporting immigrants?
I think Tommy Robinson will fight against that.
Yeah, Tommy Robinson will do, because he's a traitor.
Yeah, well, he gets hundreds of thousands of people going to his rallies. How many people go to yours?
Yeah, but he's getting hundreds of thousands of people, leading them astray, and they're only going to that rally because it's the only rally.
They were tales, as far as I'm aware, of like the American Civil War, for example. People would openly like go up and set up picnics to watch the fighting. So, yeah, not everybody is going to pick up a musket and get involved, right? It's impossible to say how many are going to get involved, right? But think about it, you are going to have the people that feel they have a vested interest in preserving. But both sides are going to have a vested interest in preserving, right? Some people who've come over, immigrants come over and preserving their status and presence in the UK. You're going to have some then worried, the natives that are worried about minoritization and preserving their land and their nation and their people, right? So you're going to have people worried about preservation on both sides. You're going to have people then that are going to be, you know, fairly apathetic, or at least feeling that they can't do anything about it. And you are going to have people that don't get involved. How few in number that is going to be, I do not know. But I think there's many people that will agree with Steve, or at least maybe not agree with him, but see the alternative as a hell of a lot worse, that will then turn out. You're going to have a lot of people who don't say anything, who might not be on social media, who might just see their people and people who they understand are not their people clashing in these ways, and then they will pick up arms and likely pick up arms and go fight for their side, for their people, right? That's to say that then you have just Steve and his small base and everybody is going to be against him, I think that is very disingenuous and untrue, because you have people not only that will support Steve, but people that will see who, the two sides are and find more affinity with one than the other, even if they don't like the situation. So again, way Andrew's framing this, I don't think is very true whatsoever. And if anything, as you can imagine, putting people on planes and sending them back to where their native country, the country of ancestry would be a hell of a lot more peaceful. Obviously, people wouldn't be so much peaceful about it, but there is that reality that put on a plane and being sent back somewhere is obviously going to be a lot more peaceful than bullets firing and bombs falling and all of this stuff.
In town.
Do you have any room in your mind for that you might be wrong?
No.
See, that's the sign of an ideologue.
I don't care.
Yeah, but you might be wrong here. What's going on?
No, I believe I'm right. The future of my people is non-negotiable. I want England to belong to the English, okay?
You're living in the past, man.
No, I'm not living in the past.
That's gone.
England's not gone. England will thrive. We will get our country back.
But how?
People like you leaving.
So someone's going to come...
This is what really ground a lot of people's gears. I saw that. I know I'm pausing it a lot. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let it play a little bit more now. And we're getting into the collective punishment conversation, which is going to be really interesting, because you see in there again how many people would classify what's going on in Britain right now as a cold war for their survival, right? It's not a hot war or anything like that, but it's been a war of demographics, a war of political initiatives, a war of culture, all of these things, right? Which ultimately then the people are at the root of. When it comes to the war in Israel, you see how there seems to be an interesting kind of double standard. We'll get into that in a moment. But I kind of lost my train of thought there for a moment. This is what really ground people's gears. Somebody who many would perceive now openly saying that he's 100% Jewish, for example, and telling an Englishman, less 98%, right? It's still an A+ grade. 90, an Englishman, and by extension, every single Englishman that is watching this video, or every single Welshman that is watching this video that cares about their own country in the same way that the English people care about theirs, give it up, it's gone. It's been done, leave it. What many now would perceive as a foreigner and playing more into, again, that stereotype of a foreign subversive now saying to the natives, let it go, it's done, you're not getting it back. Replace Andrew here with Bob Violin or Bob Villain. It's basically saying the same thing, but you'll get vastly different responses. Why? The same principle, the same idea. It's the same idea. And you see why many people reacted very negatively to this. Even people who said that they were fans of Andrew, or at least followed his stuff and enjoyed watching his conversations and stuff like that. There was a guy in the comments said, I'm an Englishman and this drove me up the fucking wall. And you can understand why.
Knock on my door.
No, you'll get a letter.
I'll get a letter.
Yeah, give you time to get your affairs in order, and then you'll be deported.
How much time? I've got lots of stuff to get in.
Well, this is open to...
A few weeks.
Personally, I would give you... It would be in stages. I wouldn't just go, everyone's going at one time. I would start with the illegal immigrants, and then I'll go on to the foreign criminals, ease it into the public so they can get used to deportations. Then you go for the immigrants that are not working. Then you go for the immigrants that are subverting institutions and so forth. And then you go for mandatory deportations, and you do it in a staged process. How long that takes, I'm open to negotiations. But ultimately, millions have to leave my country, or my people are going to be replaced in our homeland. That's my line. I don't care who you are. Anyone who's foreign has to go, and I'm going to keep that line until we get our country back. You may say that this is unreasonable and this is harsh, and the people may fight against it. But if you look at the likes of Bob Villain, let's say that mixed race fella that was shouting, "Heard you want your country back." Most people would never dream of calling for deportations of mixed race people and so forth, right? It's not their average go-to British person. I would, but it's not the average British person's position. But the moment he was saying, I heard you want your country back, everyone's like, deport this man, get him out of my country. So when they're threatened and they realise that their future is at stake and this person's putting them in a position where they feel like they've got something to lose, people react very differently to how they think they would in person.
Right. I think you're just fighting my corner here.
Just think, you put a dog in a corner, you don't give it any way out, and you threaten it, it'll react in a very predictable way. It's absolutely true. Just point this out a minute. If you suppress the indigenous people's right to protect their own, they will bite back. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What are they supposed to do? I've gone at this ad nauseum. They've seen that they have no political recourse. They've seen that they have no politician is willing to push these issues. They've been cowed into submission via labels. The school system is pushing all this hard left-wing agenda. What other alternative do they have? Every single public institution especially has been weaponized against them. So what alternative do they have? If you push a dog, my dog over there, my lovely black Labrador Bailey, right? She's the kindest dog in the world, a little bit energetic. She'll jump up on you and want to make all the fuss of you that she can, and she'll run into you like a cannonball sometimes because she gets so excited. But there's not a harmful bone in her body. But you can be sure, right? Because you can say that the British people are starved politically and all of this stuff, right? But if you were to threaten her, and really cower into a corner, right? She would start cowering, but eventually the outcome is going to be pretty predictable. No matter how nice she is, no matter how friendly and affectionate she is, if her life is threatened, they're going to react in very predictable ways. They're going to revert to very predictable programming. And that's what you saw in that day. Bob Vylan being one of the, premier sources of radicalization for many. Yeah. And the only thing is, he said it. The biggest thing is you got to think, he said it. How many people are silently nodding along and being like, yeah. And obviously the crowd at Glastonbury or whatever it was, full of hyper woke liberals, many of them just going to be white English, boys and girls, whatever. Who's called them men and women? But anyway, just regular British people who've been indoctrinated with this woke mind virus and all of this stuff. But many of the people as well were not of British descent, but again, would have a vested interest in the things remaining the way they are and things not being changed in this nationalist kind of way. They're going to just be like, they might not say it, but they're gonna be like, silently nodding along or expressing their approval in a silent way. That's the reality,
Because I'm saying, based on someone's behaviour and actions, we decide whether or not they get to stay in the country. So I agree with you because of what that Bob Dylan guy said.
I don't base someone on their actions.
You have to then juxtapose, however, that, people's actions can be great, but the history of immigration has always been one that the British people have never consented to. I'm of the opinion, at least, that you would have to address that at a bare minimum first. And that goes back to Windrush. That already go back to 75, 80 years history, whatever it is. You have to address that first.
You just said because of what he said. No, everyone was on board.
Yeah,
not because he's mixed race.
No, but that's why they was on board. I'm not saying that's the position I would take. I'm saying that's the position that the public would. You're misinterpreting what I was saying now. Ultimately, what I'm saying is the public will move to that position when they feel threatened.
Yeah, when they feel threatened by someone's actions, when someone's getting up on stage saying, heard you want your country back, they go, get out, mate.
Yeah, and why is he in this country?
Well, because his parents are from it. I think he probably has a white parent.
There's a white parent who also has a non-white parent. If that non-white was not into the country, he wouldn't even be existing. He wouldn't be here. Yeah. He wouldn't be here to tell us we want our country back.
Again, if the Normans didn't come in,
you keep going back to the
Normans.
But that's
history.
Yeah, history.
That's history. It's changed too quickly recently. We agree on that. It's been too quick. It's been overwhelming. And I agree as well, we need people with more similar culture if we're going to be moving them over. I get it, like people from Europe, for example. I agree as well that skin colour can be an issue.
See how he could never say, for example, just for the English people, he could never, ever say it. Seemingly he could never, ever bring himself to say it. But I think the more and more you see things like this, the more and more you see things people are going to perceive as containment and all of these things, the more and more people you're actually going to get moving to these positions, because they actually see then how many roadblocks. Not only you have the overwhelming people, not the overwhelming, but the number of people that are against the nationalist position anyway, but even just not only nationalist positions, but even positions that are slightly right of center. You know what I mean? All of these different positions, they all get labeled as Nazis. They all get labeled all of these things. But even when they see then how many different things are set up as like camouflage containment, right? Whether you want to say this reform, whether you want to say this all these, podcasts like Heretics or whatever that seem to want to engage on these issues, but will shy away from the grim realities of things, whatever. The more and more people I think you're going to then seeing being like, oh, he's not willing to confront it. He's not willing to confront it. All of these things being like, oh, what do I, I'm going to go more towards that position. And now you're seeing again, I think, why many people were hesitant in even platforming somebody like a Steve Laws, for example, because they didn't want any notion of these ideas getting out there.
I think mostly because the woke make it an issue by constantly pushing diversity policies. They're telling people, don't look at skin colour, but by the way, we're going to implement policies.
But even using the argument of skin colour, that completely disarrays from what we're arguing about. Race is more than skin colour. Mm-hmm. It's down to diet, to IQ, to behaviour, to all sorts of factors. So just pinpointing it and saying, oh, it's because they're black. Mm-hmm. Of course, they are black, but they're also foreign. Mm. I don't want Albanians here. They're not black. They're not brown. No, because Albanians come over, they sell drugs, they create gangs, they cause violence.
Yeah.
Just like...
Covered it in the most recent podcast that came out earlier on today. Wales Online done a list of 23 people most wanted in Wales. The top person on that list, and Wales Online is not a nationalist outlet at all. Top guy on that list is a guy named Sadi Hassani, Albanian drug dealer. Him and another person at one point was sitting on nearly £900,000 of weed that they were growing out of a Newport nightclub. Top example of somebody that I believe, best knowledge, is still wanted, mind you. Still wanted. And by the way, 5 of that 23 list were people who you could very easily identify as being foreign. Right? So again, 23 people. Wales currently sitting at, as far as I'm aware, 94, 95%, majority still Welsh people. And you have a vast overrepresentation on the top 23 most wanted from Wales Online, which is a regular newspaper outlet. That says a lot about current state of Wales even. Manuel Shinwell was responsible for Windrush, guess his ethnicity. It's another one, isn't it? It's another one. God damn it.
When the Muslims come over, they create problems, they attack people, they create rape gangs and so forth. When the Jews come over, they get involved in organisations, they call for more immigration, they subvert institutions, and they push their own as high as they possibly can.
Yeah.
Because all of these groups have self-interest, and you can't blame that. I have self-interest. My interest is the English people, and my priority is the English people. All of these foreigners have the same interest, but for their own. Yeah. Not for us. And push comes to shove, you may say, yeah, this geezer's nice. He loves it. He supports England, blah, 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 blah. But when push comes to shove and it's our people or his people, he's choosing his people. When push comes to shove and you had to choose between the English people and the Jewish people, you're choosing the Jewish people.
I'm choosing the English people.
Okay, so all of my guys went to do a protest outside a synagogue. Yeah. You're going to side with me, or are you going to side with the Jews?
What are you protesting?
Immigration.
Why are you protesting outside the synagogue?
Because the rabbis funding a NGO organisation that's flooding the country and immigrants.
I would take him to task. I would speak to him and say, "What are you doing, mate? What are you doing?"
But notice he didn't say that he would side with the group. Notice he didn't say that he would side with the group. In fairness, because I suppose he can't really, I guess. But he's just said there, well, I'd side with the English. Well, then a group of English people go and protest outside a synagogue. Because again, in this hypothetical scenario, this is why hypotheticals can be sometimes useful, even if this scenario would never actually come to pass. Again, you're seeing there being like, well, having to ask for questions, which is good. You know, what are you protesting? Why are you protesting it? All of these things. But then again, I don't think, maybe we will. Who knows? I don't think you're going to see Andrew siding with this hypothetical mob.
Well, stop this. This is ridiculous. Immigration's gone through.
And he says, no, I'm not stopping this. I'm going to fight against these fascists.
I agree with you. Then get out, mate. Get out. Done with you. Get out of here.
Okay, so you're slightly different to other people.
Stupid rabbi.
But it doesn't change my position.
I think you'd be surprised if you actually got out. And I mean, you've said before that you grew up in a very white area. Wrong, I guess. And I think, without wanting to revert to what is typically quite a woke.
What was I say? Bumsy Sock I love that name. To understand how a liberal's self-loathing white guilt is anyone else's problem, see a shrink. Absolutely, I completely agree. The sad reality is that many shrinks are ideologically captured in the same way nowadays, so odds are they're going to perpetuate the problem. Very, very sad reality. I spoke about that with James Esses on the podcast, which is very, very sad, especially when you see how the government are trying to force therapists to toe that line as well. So yeah, sadly, odds are they're not going to get better by seeing a therapist. And think about it, a recurring customer is obviously recurring money. How many of them actually want people to get better with these things, right?
Argument. If you had grown up around people from different cultures and ethnicities, I think you'd be able to at least see them as more human.
It's not that I don't see them as human. I just don't see them as my own.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
if they lived in their own homelands, I wish them all the best. Crack on, mate.
You saw let's go back to the realism argument here of what you want to implement, right? You saw what happened when they tried to take a kid away from some traveller family, right? And where was that?
Yeah.
Up in near Leeds somewhere, wasn't it?
Yeah, the
Right?
Leeds, Hackshaw or something like that. I can't
Whole
remember.
city nearly burned down because they wanted to take kids away from what might have been abusive parents.
Because they didn't put an info box in for this one. I wonder why. It was Hare Hills, if I'm not mistaken. It was Hare Hills. And it was to do with the Roma gypsies, if I'm not mistaken.
Imagine going through and taking millions and millions and millions of people
and how
who
those
haven't done anything wrong.
How that happens, though, what's not being told is the civil servants have already tipped off the locals on what's going to happen. The NGO groups are in there rallying them up and winding them up. And the police didn't even go in there heavy-handed. They turned up, knocked on the door. They got mobbed by all of the foreigners in the area, and then backed off and went.
Are you forgetting as well, we have this thing called a military? And that's the biggest thing. You saw there that after the aftermath, or in the aftermath of the terror attack on the synagogue in Manchester, the SAS were called in. Well, my perspective was, where was the SAS for Rotherham? Where was the SAS for Telford? Where were the SAS for Oldham? Where were the SAS in all of these other places? Right, where these rape gangs are going on and the government knew about it. All levels of government knew about it. Civil servants, girls' carers, councillors, mayors, all of these things, they all knew about it. They all knew what was going on. You can see why people then get radicalised, even potentially unfairly against some groups of people, when something happens to this group of people, namely Jewish people in a synagogue, and they call in the elite special forces units of the UK, but they couldn't do that for their own people. They couldn't do that for their own young girls who were being preyed on because they were white and because of religious reasons, which are inextricably intertwined with each other. The last stream was a big point where we went over that, about how Islam views specifically white women. Where were the SAS and the military for those young girls?
When in reality, you send a task force who's going to say, right, we're taking this person. It doesn't matter how wound up they're getting. This person's getting deported because they deserve to be deported for whatever reason.
Yeah.
They're going.
Yeah.
If that person was a murderer,
so would we
if
have
that person, let's just say hypothetically, if that was an English person who was a murderer or something, that person's not getting away with it because the community came out and said, no, actually, mate.
Yeah, but these people haven't committed crimes.
Yes,
That's
but they
the point.
have. The crime is that they're in our country.
But they didn't commit a crime by coming into this country, did they? That's
They
you're
are
talking
victims.
about
They're
a
victims of
moral
immigration.
crime.
Yeah, they're victims.
I'm glad Steve clarified that. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, my dog's being a little bit growly at the moment. I'm glad Steve clarified that, because you say, I would phrase it as more beneficiaries of a crime. They're the beneficiaries of treason. They're the beneficiaries of treason. And yeah, the reality is you have to address that. Ultimately, you have to address that with millions of people's presence, sadly. But yeah, this is why treason in this way that it's been done in the UK is so damaging, and why we even have to have these conversations, because there's unanswered treason over several generations, and that's why this issue is so murky and so messy.
Victims of immigration by being here and being promised a land and a future that's not.
And you are going to, yeah, and he says that legal immigrants did not commit a crime by entering the country. The system was illegal because the British people never wanted it. It's what Andrew's not telling you. And he's doing it with these, I can see why people see these info boxes as very disingenuous. I can see why. Because he's not saying here that, oh yeah, the British people never wanted the system, so that the system itself was illegal. And that sadly, yeah, they are the beneficiaries of a treasonous act against the British people, in the most majority case against the English people. He's not mentioning the fact that many polls that were done at the time in the late 50s showed that, at least from what I understand at the present moment in time anyway, 3 out of 4, roughly about 3 out of 4 people nationally, right, wanted immigration controls in the late 50s after some riots popped up, right? You had 4 out of 5, over 4 out of 5 in London, according to some Gallup polls, wanting strong immigration controls. Why is he not saying that? Why is he not saying that? Very, very, see how many people thought this was very, very disingenuous. But yeah, the reality is you are dealing with many people that at the time, from like the West Indies and other places, coming from very respectable societies, right? A lot of them going to be very, very good people. But the reality is that you're having to deal with is, are they English or not? Or are they British or not? And ultimately, if you are going to say that they're British, you have to say that anybody can be British, which is the globalist line. So many people then say civic nationalism is globalism in nationalist clothing. And when I say that Plaid, they don't even cast themselves as nationalists anymore. They say they're internationalists, and proudly so. But yeah, the reality is that, and this is why it's so murky again, you're dealing with a lot of good people, and you're dealing with a lot of people that may not even know that they benefited in this way. That's why I think that it should be done as carefully as possible. But at the end of the day, you also have to juxtapose that with the English people on the verge of extinction, or at least on the verge of minoritization, which will very likely lead to rapid extinction in the next generation, maybe slightly more. And the government and everything is set against them. At what point can they... At what point do you have to put survival above all else? That's why this has to be resolved sooner, as soon as possible. Jews have this phrase, is it good for the Jews? They feel safe in a multicultural society. They don't stand out. Paul Gottfried, the Jew, explained it. I gotta stand there. He's calling it out. Breaking into the country. Yeah. And granted, you have the easy ones to spot, the ones down at Dover who are literally coming over on boats, who are, the guys coming over literally with AK-47 tattoos saying you're going to slice up Irish babies. That example is easy to point to. It gets a lot more murky then when you have no other reason to point to the person other than they're an immigrant to the country and they benefited from this system. The government had no right to hold open the door in this way. Government had no right to hold open the door in this way. That's also what makes the issue so murky in many ways, but also why people are chiefly angry at the government. And the number one place that they want blood to come from at the moment, I don't think it's really from anybody else but the leaders, quote-unquote leaders, that have enabled this.
Actually available to them. The way that the politics is changing in this country, there is going to be mass deportations, there is going to be remigration. Whether it goes as far as I want it or not, that's open to discussion.
No, it definitely won't. It's not open to discussion.
You can't say that. You physically can't say that.
I can
you can't
say it.
How?
We can say it, yeah. Rupert Lowe is openly saying millions need to leave. That seed has long been planted. And there's been a lot of people who are keen to water it. I think you are going to be seeing a lot of policy changing very rapidly in this country.
Can you say that? Because 100 years ago, they would say there was no such place as Israel, and it's never going to go. And you're never going to have an Israel. You're never going to have a land, and then all of a sudden, now there's an Israel. That was never going to happen. Now you've got it. To say that I can't take my country back is nonsense. You're only saying it because you've got skin in the game.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all.
Well, here's the thing.
Why is Tommy Robinson saying it?
Because Tommy Robinson has loads of foreign friends. He promotes multiculturalism. He's a Zionist piece of shit. And that's why he promotes all of that.
What's wrong with Zionism if you're also pro the idea of a country?
Because he's not pro-England, he's pro-Israel. He's pro-Israel before pro-England. His priorities are Israel before England.
I don't think that's true.
I do.
Why do you think that's true?
Because that's all of his interests.
Well, that's one of his many
interests.
interests.
He's paid to do that as well. He's paid to subvert the movement and lead people to know.
Now, I would say if you're going to make an allegation like that, and we'll need to quickly pop off just to go to the toilet a minute, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll quickly finish up with this point before we carry on. If you're going to make an allegation like that, I think you have to provide something substantive for that. Okay, you're openly saying that in the case, especially where he's being paid for it, this guy's taken money to openly subvert the politics in his own country and lead his people astray in massively damaging ways. Another one I think is called Hitchens' razor, I think is the way this is used. If you're going to an assertion without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So in this case, he's making the claim. The burden of proof is on Steve for this claim. For the claim, and there's many things that you can point to. Him openly going out and holding what appears to be an Israeli assault rifle in Israel, standing on top of a tank, wearing the Israeli Defense Forces shirt, right? The visit that he went on, the people that he went to see, all of these things, the way they treated him, all of these kinds of things, the fact he didn't say anything back. There's so many things that you could point to. If you're going to say that he's taken money, it's the thing that's on Stephen. If you're going to say that he's taken money, you need to provide some evidence for that. Some kind of trail, or again, whether you manage to get hold of like a electronic transfer record or whatever it is, wire transfer record, if it gets leaked to you, something like that, and you verify that it is true, because obviously like screenshots can be faked and all of this stuff. You need to have something substantive in this instance. So if Steve could, for example, even then just say, maybe he will in a second, that, I have evidence for this, well, that's great. When can we see it? But in this instance, there's nothing to really say. If you're going to make some allegation like that about somebody, there needs to be quite strong evidence to support it, simply because it is a strong allegation. Saying you're a paid foreign subversive, it's a very, very strong allegation, and it just needs some evidence to back it up. Tommy Rabbi son. Yeah, and I view a lot of the Israel posts now quite cringily. I got to be honest, because my perspective, understanding more about the history and those kinds of things, and seeing how people will, like to go to that in order to deflect from things that are going on at home. I understand that. And yeah, weird when, we're at this really pivotal time in British politics, and, he's going out to Israel, doing all of these things and getting berated about British history and all these things, and going away with his tail between his legs. It's not a great look, or at least seeming to go like that. Anyway, it's not a great look. So, I can understand. Many people will say that. If you're going to say then that he's a foreign subversive, a paid subversive, there needs to be some strong evidence for that. Or there needs to be some evidence brought forward for that claim. I will be back in 2 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, I just need to go to the toilet. Thank you very much for joining me so far. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'll see you in a minute. Okay, right. Why, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Right, I'm back. So, we'll bring this back up. Boom. So, thank you for taking the time to just stick around whilst I was in the toilet. Just readjust those a minute. Had to quickly sort the dog as well. English invaded Wales once and took some of our land. I know, the pesky colonists. But yeah, we can sort that out. We can sort that out, and we can get back to telling the English that they can shove the chariots up their arse and deal with that once we've got the common threat out of the way, is the way that I currently see that at the moment. But yeah, we'll get you. We'll get you. You bloody St. George cross wearing, wielding, flying people will make you shove your chariots up your ass. I'm joking. More than good fun. But yeah, they were seeing all these, historical grievances being brought back up and stuff like that. And maybe there's a time and a place to talk about those things. But yeah, I'm of the opinion at the moment, anyway, that let those sleeping dogs lie for the moment and deal with the threat. Pretty much with all of us being chiefly at the moment our own governments. Let's pick back up from where we were.
Well, how can you prove that?
How can you prove he is paid?
Because I just look at his actions. I look at
this
how
is the
wealthy
problem.
he is. Here's the thing: he's a wealthy man living in Spain.
Another thing to say, absence of evidence, not evidence of absence. No evidence that Tommy supports Israel ahead of England. I think, you could make the case for that. I think there's enough sort of circumstantial stuff to make that case, or that he's paid to subvert the movement. That's something you need more specific stuff for. Say that he's paid. You say he's a wealthy man and stuff like that. Yeah, sure. There's other ways people can get wealth and those kinds of things. It is suspicious if, especially when he has the donations up on his website and he has the Minect stuff. Maybe he has a bunch of stuff from Minect coming in and all of those kinds of things, right? Possible. It's possible. But again, if you're going to say that he's a paid shill, essentially, or a paid subversive, again, there needs to be some specific evidence for that.
He's made an awful lot of money.
He's not a wealthy
out of
man.
achieving nothing.
He's not a wealthy man.
He's a wealthy man.
No, he's not. Why do you think he's a wealthy man? Do you have evidence of that?
What, because he hasn't got all of his assets in his own name?
Make it a habit.
Again, another
10-minute.
Another pretty big allegation there. But yeah, I think wasn't there... Tommy, to be fair, hasn't he been quite open about, the whole problems he got himself into in the past with money and fraud and stuff like that? So again, his track record can be quite damaging in this regard. But again, if you're going to make a specific claim, there needs to be some kind of specific evidence for that.
Look, Steve,
Look, mate,
honestly, this is the
disagree.
crux of your ideology. We spoke for half an hour, right? I've got to it, and I think that what you've said about Tommy, I think that's ultimately it. You're looking for patterns, and you're not bright enough. I'm sorry, you're not. You're bright.
Is it looking for patterns, or are the patterns just coming through? So you say that people who are noticing that a bunch of Pakistanis were doing horrible things to girls, was that looking for the pattern, or was that noticing the pattern?
But you're not bright enough to actually look for evidence and put things together. So you go, Tommy Robinson's a very wealthy man. You have no idea. You have no idea.
You haven't missed too much.
Is Tommy a wealthy man? He's putting Israel before England. Is he? He's been paid for these. Is he? You have no idea about
There's
any of these
videos
things.
of Tommy Robinson saying if there's a war in Israel tomorrow, I would be on the side of Israel fighting for the Jews. There's videos of him saying this.
Yeah, against England?
It doesn't matter. He's not even English.
So again, you could argue that's potentially circumstantial, but yeah, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Let's be perfectly honest. It doesn't look good. Somebody's saying that they don't care about the replacement of the British or the English people anyway. They're openly saying in an interview in Israel that who are the British people, not white people, right? So again, looking at that, but then when it comes to the Jews being there, this interesting double standard, right? That he would go out and spill his blood for the Jews, but seemingly would be on the side against the English people who want their country back, right? So again, there is an argument to be made, but when you're making specifics like he's paid, okay, give me something to show that he's been paid, like not just any of the circumstantial stuff. Him saying like either them not having assets in his own name, that could be something. Maybe you need to investigate that more. If you can show me then a trail of how that goes from an asset involved in a fake name to then that being traced back to the Israeli government in some way or whatever, that's great. That's like tremendous stuff. But if that's not the case, then again, there's going to need to be something specific. Yeah, I think we're about nearly halfway through. But yeah, almost too much, Rachel. Almost too much. So the VOD will be available for everybody to go back and watch anyway. But yeah, you can see here, it seems to be like a little bit more of these emotional outbursts and stuff like that. If you're going to make these specific allegations in this way, there needs to be something to, really substantiate that. Circumstantial evidence isn't necessarily going to cut that at this point.
He's an Irishman living in Spain, leading the English movement. That's what he is.
Look, I know you don't like Tommy, but this is it. You say a lot of things that are really intriguing, and I think people are going, "Oh gosh, that's good. Oh, interesting." But when you boil it down and you get to the actual points, you don't have them. You don't have the evidence.
For example, give an example.
Tommy.
Okay, let's take away Tommy. Let's just take away.
Okay, but you are.
He could have pulled up so much before about who the English are, about all of that. Notice he didn't go to that. Notice he went to this Tommy example because it's quite an easy example to go to, because he knows it's not something that Steve can prove.
Someone who's happy to just come
and
out.
It's not something that's evident from history either.
You have no idea if he's wealthy.
I am very confident that he is a wealthy man. He's a wealthy man who owns his own home in Spain.
So there's the concession from Steve. I am very confident. Go from I know to I'm very confident. It's not something you want to make. Maybe Steve overstepped slightly, and it's given Andrew this sort of way back in with regards to this, right? So even if you don't like somebody, still be very careful what you say about them, when you're making assertions about people, absolutely, unless you're absolutely concrete and you have the evidence to show that. But yeah, he's kind of given Andrew a little bit of a way back in here, which from his point of view is obviously something he not wanted to do. But obviously, he quite clearly believes this very ardently, which there is something to be said for that as well. He just needs to be able to prove it. It's good quote from one of the researchers that actually worked on the case of Tupac and Biggie, of all things. It was a Valuetainment interview I watched ages ago, and he said a case of it's not even necessarily what you know, it's what you can prove, because you need to be able to meet the burden of proof in a court of law to be able to essentially convict somebody. Now, the court of public opinion doesn't necessarily have that burden of proof, right? But it's still helpful to have that. And if you want to make assertions like this, you really, really should have that. It's not necessarily what you know or what you think you know, what you feel, what you're confident in. It's what you can prove. And unfortunately, sometimes there's many things that we know at the time, but we can't prove it, which is very frustrating. If Steve does have things which he knows this is true, but he can't prove it, that must be extremely frustrating.
Not a wealthy man. I don't think he is. Well, I don't know either.
Well, I think he is. There you go. So we're arguing about.
I'd say certainly he's got a home in Spain, right? And he can take his kids on, holiday and stuff like that. He certainly got a lot more than a good food people. You know what I mean?
A position that either of us are not 100% sure on.
Exactly, but you said it as though you were, and I had to hold...
You're telling me that I'm wrong.
I'm telling you don't know.
Yeah, but you're saying I'm wrong and you can't prove it.
Yeah.
Whereas I can't prove it the other way around.
Well,
so both of our arguments. So both of our arguments there, and it's a stalemate.
Hang on. That again, see, you're twisting logic here. What actually happened there was I'm not making the argument that he is not a wealthy man. I don't really know. I imagine he's not. That's my opinion. I didn't go on a podcast and say the thing about Tommy Robinson is he's poor, because I have no idea. You did. You just came on and said he's a wealthy man. He's been paid by Israel. You made all of these allegations, and you have nothing to stack it up.
So who paid for his trip to Israel? Because it wasn't Tommy.
Why does that matter?
Because he's paid to do this stuff. He's given money to go and promote these ideas. He's not given money to go and
do these ideas.
Well, think about it then. Steve could have gone down this route. If Tommy didn't pay for it, who did? Right? Well, then if Tommy did pay for it, it's shown quite clearly that he has enough money that he can take this trip, or maybe, again, he's being not necessarily paying for the trip, but he's getting paid off the back of it. Who knows? He can pay for the flight. He can pay for the trip. There's many people out there that wouldn't be able to do that. So you can sort of put these things together. We can say, well, either, there's a good chance either he's being paid or he's wealthy, or both. Because either he paid for that trip or he didn't, in which case many people couldn't take the trip even if they wanted to, right? Or somebody else paid for him to go.
Not.
Okay, well, we'll have to agree to disagree on that topic.
Well, we have to agree. We have to agree we don't know. But neither of us know. We need to agree that we don't know. I think you need to think that you know things or you don't. There has to be a certainty. And again, that's a problem with internet culture today. Everyone has to go, I know this answer, I know the answer. We don't know about Tommy's accounts and numbers and finances. And there's a lot of things that we don't know about. You don't know what would happen if we tried to go and knock on John Barnes's door and kick him out of the country.
Yeah, but neither do you.
No, we don't know. But we know that it's pretty
scary. But we do have historical
idea.
examples of mass populations being expelled from areas.
Yeah, well, the Nazis was one example.
Yeah, all the Germans got expelled after the war.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Jews getting expelled. I mean, the issue there was they were brought back in and put into camps and things, which I've also heard you say that you don't believe the numbers around that.
I don't trust the narrative.
And the numbers?
The numbers, yeah, that's part of the narrative. I question the numbers.
But the Nazis wrote those numbers themselves, the 6 million Jews. They wrote that they actually tell us that, the Nazis.
The testimonials.
There are loads. There's
a lot of people were testimonialed under duress. And there's also the fact that the people that run the industry around the Holocaust, right, are Jewish. They will have an inherent bias towards their own, naturally. Right?
The Nazis kept documents.
I don't trust
the Hereford Telegram, the Cora reports.
I do not trust the narrative around the Holocaust. That's
the
all I
Auschwitz
say.
Death books, Goebbels' diary.
I don't trust the narrative.
So nothing. So again, you're getting stats and getting things, and you're just going, well, I want to believe the thing I want to believe, and I'm going to believe it anyway.
So everyone was made into soap and lampshades.
I think a lot of people were. I don't know exactly what happened with the soap thing. I don't know.
So you trust the narrative that the soaps and
I trust the narrative that 6 million died.
You're going to, because you're Jewish.
Well, and because I trust the Nazis were very good with numbers.
You have an inherent bias.
What do you say to the Auschwitz death books? What do you say to Goebbels' diary that pointed out that they did exterminate millions of Jews? And why does it matter to you? This is what I don't understand about the Groypers. It doesn't matter to me. This
is the thing. I never talk about the Holocaust. Yeah. I was asked about it on a podcast by Liam. It's not like I'm on Twitter saying, Holocaust this, Holocaust that. You should know, you follow me. I don't talk about it.
And I think because this is inherently a messy conversation, because I've heard... I don't think anybody's ever made a argument to me that I would feel compelled to disbelieve what I've been told. And I'm very skeptical of the UK education system. The biggest thing is, I think, why people are sort of questioning this in the modern day or seeing how it's been done is because anything, right? People who deny the Holocaust, for example, get called anti-Semitic, anti-Jew, all of this stuff. Well, anybody that questions anything to do with the modern state of Israel or Jewish crime or any of this stuff also gets called those things. So it's, again, use of the label in many ways, being like, oh, you're going to call me this thing which I'm not. Well, why are you calling me this thing? Using it as a smear term. Now, again, I understand a lot of people have a lot of skepticism over it. I don't actually... I want to believe what's true, ultimately. I want to believe what's true. As part of a school trip, in comprehensive, we went to Auschwitz, for example. I've seen a lot of the things which they obviously put on display. You go through the tour and all of this stuff. For me, it just matters what's true. The way I understand it is that, indeed, the Nazis were very... they kept a lot of numbers. They kept all the numbers. They kept good track of it. There was obviously deliberate effort. And... yeah, I understand people have a lot of skepticism over it. Because it is when people try to stifle conversation around it, it keeps people from understanding all of the arguments that are there. I've never heard... I know that the most prominent example of, the most public, what you want to call Holocaust denier or whatever, would be David Irving. Now, I'm not familiar with enough of his work to be able to see, in my own perception anyway, if his, analysis of things would stack up. But I can understand people being skeptical over things with how many lies that they've been told. So what happens when you only tell history from one perspective? About people being a lot more sympathetic to Germans, or at the time just regular German citizens, when they weren't told about the atrocities that the Soviets committed, and you come up with the idea that the Soviets were the good guys almost. Right? It's I always see conversations like this, I suppose, where, again, it's getting away from the problems that are in Britain. And it seems to me it's often done deliberately as well. When it's called bringing on Danny Finkelstein, yeah, I would imagine we'll be seeing him on there soon. Again, oftentimes it's these people, Danny Finkelstein and Rabbi Shmuley. I often, call Rabbi Shmuley one of the biggest promoters of anti-Semitism, quote unquote anti-Semitism, because again, like racist, like all of these different things, what does it even mean anymore? All of these different things, because the way that they approach certain things and the things that they say be like, you guys are going to turn people more anti-Semitic than anything else, than anything anybody else says. Rabbi Shmuley and what he said about Christmas, Danny Finkelstein and the Nick Fuentes stuff. Oh, he's been weaponized against Europeans, not to be patriotic. Yes. It's like, you see any kind of nationalist sentiment and the Holocaust gets thrown. Well, I'd be like, Steve, it was literally something that Liam asked him, and giving Steve the benefit of the doubt, at least that he's answering honestly, he said that it's not something he'd want to do. Right? Now, people can change at the reins of power, should we say, which is why I prefaced that question with saying, if he's speaking honestly. But yeah, absolutely. And it's only the people that have done the weaponizing in that regard that have been responsible for the kind of reaction that you see. The kind of more nationalist, jump that you see, and people, people who you would talk to a couple of years ago that never would have been in this position now, right? But again, asking when these things are not dealt with from the perspective of the truth, it seems, everybody just ends up being worse off. And well, yeah, there would be very good reason in some ways, I guess, for I think Steve called it the Holocaust industry. The tours and all of these things. You can go maybe, if this wasn't true, again, if this wasn't true, I make that perfectly clear, or at least it's not as big as it was, there's still that reason for some to try and keep that alive. You can't fault people for asking questions, is ultimately what I'm trying to say. But I don't have any reason personally, or at least nobody made a compelling argument to me as why I shouldn't believe it. But it does irk me the minute you have conversations like these. Holocaust thrown up. That's why you can't be nationalistic or patriotic or whatever. It's like, nah, get out of here now, nah. And then why are you throwing that? Why are you instantly throwing that at me? It's like you've got this bat and you're just throwing it around. But like, nah, if you can't say why I shouldn't be nationalistic and patriotic on the face of it, just because being nationalistic and patriotic is bad, and being for your own people first, let's say, then you have to resort to the bloody Holocaust. It's like, what conversation are we even having, basically?
Unless I'm asked about it.
But this is something that's popular among the Groypers. Are you a Groyper?
No, I'm not a Groyper. Groypers are Nick Fuentes fans.
What's the difference in terms of what you guys would think?
Well, for instance, I would argue that the Groypers, most of them are brown. That's one thing, they're all foreign. They all live in America, from what I can gather, or Mexico, in places like that.
But their views?
Their views are very different to mine. They are very much like civic nationalists, but rather than being against Islam, they're against the Jews.
So would you say you're, compared to the average mainstream person, more extreme than the likes of Nick Fuentes?
I wouldn't say I'm more extreme, I'm just different on a different spectrum.
We have the contemporary census of Jews going down in Europe from 9.5 million to 3.5 million. We have Goebbels' diary. We have accounts from the Nazis. So if we are at a point in society where we just go, I don't know, I'm just going to say Tommy's this and he's getting paid when you've got no evidence. I don't know, the Jews are this. The Holocaust numbers are probably not right, even though we have Nazis.
I don't trust the narrative.
And you say that there's no room in your mind for doubt. Then what is the point of any? It just sounds like you've got a mad belief now.
You can refer to my ideology however you.
I wish there was more to it. I wish there was it was backed up by stats.
My position is simple, Andrew. I want my country back. I want England for the English. I do not want.
Well, let's just take that again. He said he wants stats. Well, look at England then, for example. You mentioned the Jewish population decreasing in Germany. Well, what about the English population in England? You said you wanted stats. You discussed this earlier on in the show, and the stats are there for everybody to see. See now how when the conversation pivots and Andrew sort of goes down this I'm an anywhere person route, why that stuff wouldn't matter to him. Yeah, you see why that stuff wouldn't matter. So you wanted stats. The stats that people are concerned with is that the English population in about 70 years, right, has gone from nearly 100%, let's say 99 for the sake of argument, down to about, 70, potentially even lower at this point, 65%, somewhere around there, in less than 100 years, in 75, 80 years. And it's been done deliberately. And if it carries on, potentially a generation or generation and a half or whatever, it could drop below 50%. And that's like crossing the event horizon on a black hole. There's kind of, at least there's no good way out from that point onwards. That is the stat that we need to worry about, right? Not, and this is not to be callous or anything like that, not how many Jewish people were killed in Germany via these means 80 years ago, right? Which actually is used against European peoples as a whole. It was European peoples that were some of the premier forces in going to fight other European peoples to stop that, whether they realized it or not. It didn't obviously become known until they obviously liberated the camps. But it was European people that stopped it. The stats are the ones back in this country, but it does seem that Andrew doesn't really care about those so much.
To be demographically replaced in my homeland.
Yeah.
My position is total remigration until everyone goes.
Not going to work.
It's a very simple, you may disagree, but it's a very simplistic line to take, right? That's the line I want. I want my country back. I do not care who I offend. I do not care about the emotional arguments.
Good on you.
I do not care about all of the nonsense around I was born here, or I came over legally, or I'm a good one, I've paid tax, and I've won a Nobel Prize or so forth. That means nothing to me. What I'm saying is, it's irrelevant what your achievements are.
There was a cut there. It looked like there was a cut there. Let me go back a minute. So am I on 22? Let me go back to this. It looked like there was a cut there. I'm wondering if anything was cut.
I paid tax and I've won a Nobel Prize or so forth. That means nothing to me. What I'm saying is, it's irrelevant what you're...
I wonder what was cut there. You can see there's a definite cut there because Steve's hand position is much different and he comes back here. I wonder what was cut there, ladies and gentlemen.
Achievements
What do we think?
You're still not English. This is still not your land.
Well, it is because Jews have been here since 1066.
Leave in the chat what you think was cut there. Again, so because I suppose then we're again, how far back does it go? I guess, is it for the English or is it not? This is, again, it doesn't look good then when Andrew, who identifies 100% Jewish, saying that this is his land, because that would inherently, wouldn't it apply that it would not be the English's? That's Andrew's getting caught in two worlds here now because he says he identifies with England or whatever, he identifies with his nation, but he says that he's not English, which I suppose he can't say that he's English. Fair enough.
And look, I get your point. I don't know why Jews aren't part of it if they've been here since 1066. I get that they were expelled for 100 or 200 or 300 years and then came straight back and have still been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's ridiculous to go back to the 60s.
I noticed there's no info box about this, ladies and gentlemen, but does anybody who happens to know why they were expelled? I'm really I've seen some people talking about this on X saying like, oh, you can't expel the Jews have always been here. Well, no, they were expelled this time. Does anybody know, like based on either records at the time, historical knowledge or whatever, because I know that there's many people out there that are more educated than me on these topics. Does anybody know why? Can you leave that in the chat?
1600s and send people back to wherever they were there, as it would be for black people who have been here for a very long time. I do get your point though around, look, if it's someone's parents that have just moved over here, do we then say they're English? This is not easy. Right, I get it. If a Jewish person as well just moved over just from their parents, it's not easy. That's why this Welsh choir boy idea about what's his name, Rudolf Cabana, that's absurd, right? It's not a Welsh choir boy, is it? So I have sympathy with that, but ultimately,
the BBC, I believe it was, BBC journalist tried to sting and make Joe Marsh look bad because he said that on one of the bridge drops, I believe it was, in which they had an undercover journalist go and try to document all stuff against them. Didn't get anything against Joe. Said that, look, Rudy Cabana, or the person in the Southport murder, he's not Welsh, he's African. And then they tried to make it sound as though that was it, because he was born in Britain, he was British, right? It's the whole line that they went down. Try to demonize Welsh people, right? Welsh Christian choir boy, so demonize Welsh people and Christians, right? Unfairly, based on what we can pretty much, confidently assume at this point, were a terrorist act, likely with Islamic radicalization motivations, committed by an African of Rwandan descent. Disgusting.
Firstly, it's undoable. You can't go about just kicking out those people. The English people don't want it. Most English people don't want it. You're a complete minority.
At the moment.
They'll never want that.
No, Brexit didn't happen until it did.
Yeah, but they did want Brexit. I mean,
but not everyone did at first.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get British people, English people, even people who have families who go back 1,000 years, kicking out the likes of Ian Wright from this country.
Well, I believe that will happen. Total remigration.
I think
like I say, you're gonna be on a different spectrum from me.
Yeah.
You've got self-interest for Jewish interest because you are Jewish.
It's not just Jews.
Yeah, no, I'm
Black
just
people.
saying. Okay, so all minority groups. Let's say you've got a sympathetic approach for them because you are a minority group.
Think about that, Andrew. End of the day, it's not just Jews. Okay, fair enough. But the relevant point of the conversation, you can make this as as Steve was doing here, the emblem of the wider minority groups and stuff like that, because it wouldn't make of sense for Steve to bring up that, you have relevant, just say black interest, for example, because you're black, because it doesn't make sense, right? He used Jewish in this example because Andrew is Jewish.
So you put yourself in a similar category to them, whether you like to admit it or not. You see yourself as other.
Look, the same goes for you. I get it, and you feel scared and you feel trapped and you're looking around going, shit, this is changing. And I agree with you. It is scary and it has happened too fast and things need to be done about that. But if I'm seeing someone who is motivated not by facts, but by fear, and it's just completely undoable and it goes completely against British,
why are people
what I would
feeling
call
fear?
British values of fairness and equality.
Those fairness and equality values of what led our people to be demographically replaced in our homeland. It's what's led to the rape gangs. It's what's led to the drug gangs. It's what's led to the assaults and the murders of our people. That's why
that was perverted fairness. And
it doesn't
equality.
matter.
That was
It's still
equity.
what led to it.
No, but it wasn't what I'm talking about, though. That wasn't liberalism and how it should be carried out. That wasn't my idea of what a liberal society is. That was basically communism or social communism of some sort. That was people going equity. That was people bringing people in and denigrating our own culture and saying to
Reagan actually saw this coming in one of his quotes. He said that liberalism will be how fascism returns to America. And regardless of everything he did, the mass amnesty, all of these things, right, the no-fault divorce stuff, and obviously we're talking about America, it's not specific to the UK, but he actually saw that coming. So, Andrew trying to make this liberalism argument here is not true liberalism. It's like, it wasn't true, it wasn't real communism, it wasn't real multiculturalism. It's not going to hold that much weight, I don't think.
those people that their culture is better and we must celebrate them, instead of saying to them, if you come here, you assimilate to this
I don't
country.
believe in a
Sorry, they were expelled from, blood libel on the Welsh. Yeah, absolutely. They were expelled from the UK for giving loans to people and charging interest. Christianity and Islam forbids that. They're essentially, it's usury. That's what usury is, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not saying that even Christianity and Islam forbids usury, but Judaism does not. That's my understanding of it anyway. Ish goes from the Latin natio, to be born into, to birth, to born into a tribe. Yeah, I'm always saying that even like people who identify as both ethno-nationalists and Christians, I'm always even the Bible in its in the Greek it uses the term ethnos, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen some people saying that, but I actually know that. Yeah, usury. And the only time Jesus used violence was when he assaulted coin clippers. Yeah, and when he was betrayed by Judas, he was arrested by the Roman soldiers. I can't remember what gospel it's in, but wasn't it Peter or was it Mark that cuts the... Does he cut the ear off? He cut the ear off a Roman soldier, or cut the Roman soldier on the face, and Jesus actually stops him. And I think that's where he says, I might be wrong, but if somebody slaps you on the one cheek, to turn the other and let them slap you on that one as well. It's towards the end of the Gospels. I can't remember which Gospel it is, but I thought, fair enough. Yeah, I heard that somebody say that recently. It was mad that because obviously a lot of Christians are massively against Islam, and obviously Christianity, it's the progression of the original Judaic scriptures, it's the fulfillment of those prophecies, and obviously they chose to reject it, right? That's the biggest thing. And you have what was it? I can't ask what I thought there for a moment. They had this weird kind of thing where they kind of agree. Very, very weird to see. But yeah, thanks for that clarification, guys. Appreciate it.
assimilation. I don't think it happens. Integration's a complete myth.
Yeah, it's hard.
If you walk around certain areas of London, like the Jewish areas, like they're not integrated. Like you can say that yourself. Like you dress more like an Englishman than most of your people.
Hang on, but you've got an idea about most of the people, because again, you're seeing those guys who are the nutters wearing the black hats and all those kinds of things. I never met one of those guys growing up in my life.
I'm not saying you have. I'm not assuming that. I'm not assuming anything about
we're
your
very
life.
different.
Yes,
so
but what I'm
those
saying,
guys don't assimilate, and I agree with you.
And that's not just those groups. We could go into
What does it mean to dress English nowadays? I suppose that's another question we can have.
Indians, we could go into Muslims, we could go into travellers. There's all various different groups. They just stick amongst their own. I live in a town called Folkestone. Just over from me is a little small town called Cheriton. That's where the Gurkhas are based. And they have taken over a whole portion of that town. They have their own shops, they have their own schools, they have their own, even like money shops and so forth. Like, it's all built around them. They keep themselves to themselves. And like, I'm not saying these are horrible people. They serve in the army and so forth, but they should still be going home because they're taking over areas of our country, claiming it for their own.
Yeah.
And it's just like a foreign enclave.
Look, I have sympathy with a lot of those thoughts. I do, and I think the civ-nats or whatever do have crossover with the eth-nats. You know, I think there's a crossover in shit, man. You know, and a lot of what you're saying visibly.
My position is a reaction to the problems that are at hand.
Yeah.
That's a fair assessment.
But it's not realistic.
It doesn't matter whether you agree with it's realistic or not.
No, it's not. No one agrees with that.
Who you say no one? That's a complete lie.
Almost no one. You're not even in Homeland anymore because you're too extreme for them.
No, I left Homeland because it completely imploded.
But wasn't it? I read it was because a gay guy was involved.
It's not just because of a gay guy. There was massive problems internally from top to bottom. But yes, the one that brought onto the timeline was the gay drama that sort of escalated the whole situation. But that wasn't the founding reason for it destroying. There was fundamental issues with the remigration policies, with the direction was going as a party, who we're going to.
The Alexander Bramham stuff, I'm sure some of you guys would have seen that stuff from the time on X, the kind of stuff he was posting. I was like, oh God, what the hell is this? You know what I mean? This is a puzzling choice, that one. And even then, not after, I believe, the whole drama with this popped up, didn't he then go on and write a piece, or at least be interviewed by Hope Not Hate? It was like, not a great choice. It has to be said.
Appeal to and so forth, whereas for instance the leadership of the Homeland Party wanted to appeal to the moderates, and I said no, we should build up a baseline of nationalists first and then appeal out to the centre grounds, because without having a core activist base and ideology built up for the party, it's going to collapse when you bring in all of these people for the big tent when everyone doesn't really agree on it. So we'd have people that were Zionist and we'd have people that weren't Zionist, we'd have people that sort of were like pagans, and we'd have people that were Christians and so forth, and all of these people have different goals at the end of the day. So getting this big tent of organisations is why it collapsed amongst itself.
There aren't enough people who simply agree with all of your causes. It's never going to work. That's the point. And there are a lot of...
I think the biggest thing is, again, that Andrew's not stating here, though, is that does it have to go as far as what Steve is saying? It's a bit like when you lose the first 20% of weight, you get a huge amount of the benefits. You know, people, I think the appetite there, it's undeniable, really. You can't really tabulate this very well because you can't really take into account the people who are completely silent but will shift one way or the other. The only really way you can get data is either by polling or by seeing what happens on social media, all of these things, right? Which the UK state is increasingly policing more and more and more. So it's very difficult to get this information, especially when people are actively told not to be open about their political views unless they're politically correct. So for Andrew to claim that he knows this, that so many people don't agree with not only Steve's position, but with large parts of the position, even if you don't agree with it as far as Steve believes in his positions, for example, a lot of people think, and they don't outright say it, but they believe it. A little bit like when I talked about the Bob Villan example, where again, the people that will be nodding along with like death to the IDF and, you want your country back, shut the fuck up, all of this stuff that he was saying. You'll have people there that will agree with large amounts of it. And I think that would actually be a lot more than what Andrew is predicting here. I think this is kind of like a confidence stemming from a little bit of ignorance. Yeah, there are large swaths of English people, for example, that would be opposed to Steve's position as a whole, right? But large parts of it, they would probably be in favor of. Who's this? And again, it's like those middle ground voters in America. There's large amounts of them, and they can shift either way. And if things continue, I predict, if things continue going the way they go, and you're going to see more of those people, Native people in particular, shifting more towards Steve's direction, even if they don't fully agree with him.
People who will
at the
Tommy.
moment, no. But there was a lot of people that wouldn't move towards Tommy's position when he first started out.
Yep.
And now look, everyone's anti-Muslim and so forth. So to say it's not going to happen is ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't imagine it happening.
I know you can't, because it would mean you'd leave the country. You can't envision that.
You know what? It's funny you say that, because when I first started thinking about this idea, it didn't even occur to me that it might be Jews as well. I just thought black people from various other places, and that horrified me in itself. It horrifies me.
I don't discriminate. I don't discriminate on who I'm removing. I'm not. This is something like this is the thing. Like, I'm not going right just because you're black. All blacks have got to go. Everyone else is fine. Or all Indians.
Would you
have got
test
to
some
go.
people?
No.
So how would you know?
What do you mean? How would you know?
Okay, so my name's Gold. That's how you know I'm Jewish. There's plenty of people who I know who are Jewish who do not have Jewish names. You wouldn't know they're not Jewish. What would you do?
There'll be records.
There'll be records. No, not always.
Well, mostly. They will mostly be records.
Christopher Hitchens, he didn't know he was Jewish until he was in his 50s or something, and he found out that his mum had hid that she was Jewish.
Yeah.
Right? What would we do with Hitchens? Would he be kicked out?
Yeah.
This is mental. And was he
total remigration? Everyone has to go.
After he found out? How would you have found out? His mum had hidden it his whole life.
Total remigration is my line, right?
Yeah, but you won't know.
And it's complicated. It's complicated. Yes, and there would be an awful lot of work and research that would have to go in to find out who would have to be removed and so forth. And the easiest way to do this is medical records.
Right.
That's the easiest way to go.
Medical records.
Yeah, medical records, because everyone's information already stored. There's more information on medical records than there are on immigration data or your national.
I suppose this way you're getting, it's again, always going to come back to a very messy issue, is that have people been truthful on those forms and all these things? He just gave the example, which is actually a good example to bring up, of his mother lying about it his whole life in terms of Hitchens's case. So again, how would he know? But not only that, if she would just not lied to him, wouldn't she have lied on the forms and stuff like that as well? So I think this is where, again, I've yet to see anybody, because they've been so emphatic on it. Andrew's come back to this idea all the time of it's never going to happen. You're living in the past. All of this stuff is not realistic. All of these things. But nobody's ever gone down into the real true logistics of these things. Steve saying, for example, on his ideas that how long it would take, he's open to negotiations was the term that he used. All right, let's have a conversation about how exactly this is going to play out. How not as he envisions it, throw people onto planes and send them out, but then you have all the other conversations. What do you do if a foreign government says no? What do you do if, you know, turns out a person's lied on their medical records or whatever, or if there don't exist medical records for this person, what do you do? So again, you can have a lot of productive conversation over this, but again, it makes me think that these people, Liam Tufts, Andrew Gold, would obviously be very ideologically opposed and have that pre-bias built in. They don't want to ask these questions because they may not like the answer if Steve's thought about them through very well. That's also then depriving the viewer of really valuable information into really what Steve thinks, or at least what he would say publicly. Steve's pushing the Overton window, planting seeds in people's minds, starting a conversation. Yeah. Absolutely. And in fairness, he was one of the people that his motto, his line has been, plant your flag and let people come. And you can't say, Andrew says what he's done is not realistic, right? Look at his following on social media now. I think I started following Steve when I think he was at about 40k followers on X. And now he's over 100. So Don, obviously a repost from Elon Musk massively helps out with that. But don't pretend as though he hasn't been on the ground doing the work and people haven't responded. And it's been very organic. It's been very organic. So to say that couldn't happen on a countrywide scale, and you have other big figures as well, Josh Fernie in Scotland, right? You know, Joe Marsh in Wales, say it's not going to catch on and be like, I didn't come to this position or any of my positions one day because I woke up and I hated anybody or anything like that. It's just from having, you know, well, an open mind in some ways, and just seeing the information in front of me, seeing the work of Steve, seeing the work of other people, actually talking with them and stuff like that, and trying to actually learn, right? Not coming from the perspective that I know better. That's something I've always tried in any conversation that I've had not to do. And I've come to the positions that I've had very organically. And again, not to say that I'm indicative of everybody, I'm not prideful enough to think that or whatever, but, you know, if I can do it, just regular person, then you'd be damn sure that more than me could do it. When things get worse economically, even the normies of normies will wake up and blame the people who don't look like them and create a Weimar environment, expect Weimar solutions. Yeah. And you see a lot of things that are going on in our society today that are very similar to how the Weimar Republic was in its dying days. And that's a terrifying prospect in and of itself. So I mean, 700 years to get them out, finally did in 1492. You know, we're all the Spanish mad? Were all of the countries where these expulsions have happened just completely mad and hated them? Or were there reasons for kicking them out? You know, you just see how many... Was it Afghanistan that deported a bunch of Pakistanis, or Pakistan that deported a bunch of Afghanis, like 900,000 or whatever? To say that's not realistic, governments are doing it every single day. Hey Ian, how's it going? Oh, just going through a Steve Law's conversation on Heretics. So, been very, very interesting conversation and discussion so far. Pleasure to have you here, my man.
Insurance and so forth.
You have no worries about the kind of authoritarianism required by a government that would have to be able to look into everybody's medical records and check exactly their ethnicity.
The
extreme
position is our people being demographically replaced in our homeland. Anything we have to do to reverse that is okay with me.
So how much English, and by that I suppose you mean Anglo-Saxon and Celtic and Norman blood, do they have to have in them to stay?
Andrew, sorry, paused it on an advert. I just muted a bit quick so I can play the advert. A really good tact Andrew could have gone down there was to ask anything would be fair game, and actually maybe try and drill a little bit out of that. Because for Steve to throw out that term anything, right, it would then present, well, okay, worst case scenario, where's this going? That would actually be a really good route to go down. Don't know whether he does maybe later on in the interview when it comes to collective punishment and stuff like that. We'll see what happens there in a little bit now. But you saw there Steve said, well, anything to reverse that is fair game. I suppose then the question would not only be that, what that would entail in its worst case, but then would a regime that has that level of authoritarianism, and by necessity, it would have that level of authoritarianism over the native citizens, right? It'd have to. So if it has that, after the problem has been resolved, should we say, would they then relinquish that, authoritarianism? Is that a box we can afford to open, thinking about the long term, even after these initiatives? Is another good question that I think you could go down.
Percentage.
Then what?
So I'd do it from your parents and their parents and their parents. And by
what if their parents have 60% and their grandparents have got 50 and 80 and all that?
So this is the thing. Like when people start asking these questions, they're coming down more radical than I am. You're coming from a far more radical approach than what I even present. Because you're saying, right, let's go down the argument of let's find this percentage and let's do this and let's do that. And I'm saying let's just go through from their parents and their parents and their parents.
But what does that mean?
What does that mean?
It doesn't
Everyone
mean
knows.
anything.
Yes, it does.
What are their parents? Okay, let's imagine I think all my life I'm pure English. I'm Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, but you know you're not.
Imagine it. Okay, my name's Bob and I'm from Manchester and blah, blah, whatever.
Yeah.
And I find out that actually my parents, we did an ethnicity test on them and they're one of them's 50% English and actually 60% Irish, or 50% Irish, sorry. And one of them's got 20% from Spain or some such thing. How do you work all of this out?
So that person would be fine. First off, they're all European. So that's not an issue to me.
Okay, so European's fine.
Overall, I wouldn't want millions of Germans.
So you are
I wouldn't want
millions.
Jews. No.
But they're European.
I would argue they're not.
Well, no, you can't argue they're not. They are.
I don't believe you're European.
Why not?
Same way that I wouldn't class Albanians as European.
Okay, but Ashkenazi Jews are European.
Not to me.
So here we go. You sort of.
I suppose this is now the issue of objectivity, and this way Andrew is making an objective truth claim. Ashkenazi Jews are European. That's the claim that he made. I'm not saying that, but that's the claim that he made. Point being then is Steve's then responding with, I don't think they are. What matters more for me, for example, would be the case of, are they European or not? Is there an objective way to answer that? Because Jewish is its own ethnicity. And where they are indigenous to is the land that we would now call Israel. It's the state of Israel. right? So Jewish is an ethnicity, and that ethnicity is indigenous to Israel. How could they be European? So yeah, I would have liked to have seen a more objective answer. I suppose it could be seen as just a little bit of a weak response. It's like, if we're taking it, just observing it, it's fact versus opinion, right? Well, in ways, it could actually be opinion versus opinion, right? But yeah, it's how can it be A and not A? Is my thing, because again, Andrew openly takes pride in his Jewish heritage, and he has no reason not to. Pardon me. But that heritage would therefore imply that it's not European, right? That's the way that I understand it. Anyway, if it's its own ethnicity, because we're not just talking about the religion here. Pakistan kicked out 1 million Afghans recently. I rounded 1.5. Pretending it's not possible is absolutely not true. The US has kicked out millions so far, just the illegals, right? And that's been, you know, they've done raids, they've done all of this stuff. There's plenty of precedent to say what Andrew is saying is categorically false just by what you see in the world today. There you guys, I appreciate that. Cheers, Ian.
When you talk about this, you get an aggressive look in your eye.
I don't mean it aggressively. I'm just answering you bluntly.
I've noticed it a few times. You shake your leg
focus.
and get aggressive when we talk about Jews being European or whatever. There's clearly a very strong emotion in you, and I get it, you know, and I get that these things are scary.
You keep using the scary argument as if, like, what do you mean by scary?
I think it makes you very angry because you're scared and defensive. It's scary. Well, look, it is scary not just for you. It's scary for me seeing what's happening to this country, and it can sometimes lead to us to react in very emotional ways instead of actually looking at hard cold facts. All I'm hearing is emotion, and you cannot have someone just run totally on emotion, and that's why people are not following you enough, and that's why they won't. There has to be some rationalization. There has to be some reason involved, some logic.
All your logic and argument comes back to is Jews can stay in England. That's always your position. That's all you care about.
It's the canary in the coal mine of your ridiculous philosophy.
No, but all I'm saying is your position is Jews can stay in England. Jews are English. Jews this. Jews that. That's your position.
Let me add, blacks can stay in England.
We've been here for about 40 minutes, and for a half hour of it, we've been talking about Jews.
Hang on, I've talked about John Barnes. I've talked about how ridiculous it is to get rid of Ian Wright.
But mostly we've been here talking about Jews for about half hour, and it's all been inherently biased on your part because you are Jewish. You want Jewish people to remain in this country.
It's not biased on my part. I'm just giving you facts.
You're Jewish.
I gave you facts about the concentration camp, the logs that the Nazis kept, and you're coming back with just complete bananas.
No, you're coming back with emotional nonsense that Jews should remain in the country.
I don't feel emotional. I'm not shaking my leg and jumping around.
I just have a twitch. That's all it is.
The twitch only comes up when Jews are mentioned. You didn't twitch at all the other times. So I think there's an issue.
Do we think that's true?
It's emotional.
Because what you're trying to do is paint a narrative.
Does Steve have a twitch? I tell you what, there's a good way that we can run this. Just have a little bit of fun. We'll just have a little bit of fun. Where is it? Right. We'll just have a little bit of fun. Here we go. Wait, you what? Did you just say that was all the time I went camping last year and got kicked out of 3 campsites? Right. Here we go. Right. I'm just creating a poll. 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'm doing. Bear with. Let's just see what you guys think. Oh, I've spelt it wrong. Just want to have a little bit of fun. So there we go. This isn't meant anything by it. There's a poll running in the YouTube chat right now. Just saying, does Steve have a Twitch? So, yeah, it's not meant to be anything serious. It's just an observation on Andrew's part. It doesn't really say anything because I do this all the time. When I cross my legs, when I'm sat here, usually like under the chair, cross my ankles under the chair. I twitch quite a lot. Might be indicative of maybe he's getting a little bit angsty or whatever, or a little bit frustrated maybe, because this conversation's been on this one topic for 40 minutes, as he said. So, as user with origins in not solely European Jewish heritage is a major part of modern Jewish. Oh, fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. My daughter has a shaky leg just like Steve. Yeah, so, could be something to do with the conversation. Again, I just think it's something that Andrew's pointed out just to try and, score a little bit of point, I suppose. But, the conversation has been on this one topic and it keeps coming back. It keeps coming back in circles. I wish there was just more routes it could have gone down.
Narrative of me is to create that what I'm saying is inherently retarded and the position you're going to present is never going to happen because this and this and this. But in reality, you haven't actually presented an argument why it's not going to happen other than the English people will not agree on it. And you can't say that the English people will ever not agree on that position because you cannot define what's going to happen in the future. You have no control over that.
Okay, fine. I do think you're right. I think it is inherently retarded. And I think you don't have the facts. And
See, whereas
really
I would argue that the future of my
that's
people,
piss a lot of people off.
the line I take, the position I want for my future, and my children's future and their children's future is not retarded. And just because you're Jewish and you
see the contempt in Andrew's face, then I'll rewind it a little bit.
That the English people will ever not agree on that position because you cannot define what's going to happen in the future. You have no control over that.
Okay, fine. I do think you're right. I think it is inherently retarded, and I think you don't have the facts. And
See, whereas really I would argue that the future of my people, the line I take, the position I want for my future, and my children's future and their children's future is not retarded. And
there we go. That's what I was thinking, and especially the little what you done. I don't know. I got that there was just a fair bit of contempt from that. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I could very well be reading that wrong. Right? Maybe it's a of agreement. I could be reading it wrong, but I'm not getting good vibes from this. And think, you not just have Steve that he's talking to, that he might think his ideas are retarded. That then says not only about Steve's supporters, but many people who are not necessarily supporters of Steve and everything that he says, but align with much of what he says. You just called all those people retarded for wanting very similar things and wanting their country to be restored to the way that it once was, when it was one of the greatest countries in the world, one of the biggest empires ever that the world has ever seen. That's retarded, apparently. It's not a good look.
Just because you're Jewish and you disagree with the stance I'm taking,
I think you focus too much on ethnicity instead of culture.
Well, and I would argue that you focus too much on culture. Where does culture come from?
You can make both of those arguments, like they're circular to each other.
But then you have to judge people based on actions.
And in fact, I think he just said that culture is downstream from ethnicity. I'm pretty sure Andrew just said that.
Sometimes from ethnicity, yeah.
Exactly.
Sometimes.
But then you have to judge people based on actions, I think.
Yeah, but then if you're judging everyone on actions, that's how rape gangs happen. That's how people get murdered. That's how Southport happens.
And if you judge just on ethnicity or race and not culture,
that prevents that.
That starts the Holocaust, for example. So it makes sense for you.
It doesn't necessarily.
That starts the Holocaust,
that starts slavery.
The Holocaust, for me, is what's happening to the British people. We're being demographically replaced in our homeland. That is a Holocaust to me. You might not like me using that term.
I don't mind.
My people are being raped.
Hang on, I don't care.
Okay, well, sorry.
I'm not emotional.
I'm not trying to put words into your mouth.
Yeah, you use any words you want. I hate that kind of shrill.
Well, that's good to know then. Fair enough.
Yeah,
right? I won't. But what I'm saying is,
still stupid what you're saying.
To me, it's a Holocaust.
I think he's being
because my
truthful
people are being demographically replaced. We're being raped. We're being murdered. We're being pillaged. Okay, so to me, this is my Holocaust. So when people bring up the issues of the Holocaust in the past and stuff, it's not something I even really talk about, but I just generally don't care.
Yeah.
Because it's not my concern right now. That's happened over around 90 years ago. And to me, I'm in the present. And in the present
when
at
you
the
say
moment,
things like that about the numbers, it doesn't help your argument because it makes you just look like a nutter.
I was asked, do I question, do I believe the numbers by Liam?
And
I said no. That was it. That was it. You're making a whole thing on a throwaway comment, which I generally do not trust.
And the one thing for the viewer to learn from this is that if, for example, you were to, again, just confront Steve literally with the documents in front of them showing that these numbers were accurate and that they weren't, overblowing the numbers, i.e. they did not actually kill as many, but they tried to make it seem as though they killed a lot more, and he still wouldn't believe it. Well, that's more to Steve's detriment than anybody else, and people would see that. So the biggest thing is that this is the thing when you have so many competing narratives, and like I said, people, whether it's Steve, whether it's Andrew as well, seemingly being selective with the info boxes and whatever, trying to, again, shape the audience perspective in a certain way. It's like, just present people. I hated what they've done with the Epstein files as well. Just present the information and let people use their own eyes and brains to interpret it. Just let people see it, right? And I hate that it always comes back to the Holocaust again. It's like, well, that, in fairness, that was about 80 years ago, right? Can we focus on Britain in the modern day? That's what needs addressing, and not just from a cultural perspective.
The narrative, I don't think that the lampshades and the soaps and stuff is true.
It just has.
Is it just? I don't know.
Next thing,
I don't know.
No, exactly.
About
So
that.
this,
Next thing you'll be asking, Steve, is he a virgin? Well, then in fairness, I think we do have a quite concrete answer to that. We do have a quite concrete answer to that, in fairness. I think you could say that in an Orwellian context from 1984, Steve has certainly done his reproductive duties. I think we can say he's been quite successful in that. Number 6 is a mystical number in Kabbalah Judaism. First I've ever heard of that. David, can you drop a little bit more about that, if you have anything? First I've ever heard about that, with 6 being a mystical number. So it's quite interesting to know.
this is my point.
Only because I don't know enough about that aspect of it.
So I don't trust the narrative at all. And the people that are presenting this in the Hollywood films that
And not trusting the narrative is different from not necessarily trusting the numbers and stuff like that as well. Because there have been many things, narratives that have been spun from what has happened in history that people would have good reason, right, not to trust and stuff like that. Diversity built Britain being one of them. The first Black Britain, quote unquote, which doesn't even exist, right? And all these narratives that were spun from things that weren't true. It matters whether those things were true. That's ultimately what matters.
push these arguments and stuff, it's just nonsense.
Well, the Hollywood films are based on anecdotes of real people. I have met people who are
dramatized.
Holocaust.
Everything's dramatized.
So what are you? But this is what I don't get when people say, like, I don't trust the I don't trust all that. What is the point you were trying to make? That Hitler should probably have done what he did anyway, but I don't believe he did it. Like, why does it matter?
I was asked if I'd gas the tube with Liam. I said no. I'm not going to gas people. I don't want to kill anyone.
Yeah.
I just want people to get out of my country.
Yeah.
I'm not advocating a mass slaughter of people. I don't think that's the approach that anyone should advocate for.
Can you see how someone like, just some...
The position that I get is basically just saying, it's like if you have somebody who's come into your house, but it's the landlord has just let a bunch of people into the home that you can't really say own, because you still pay like land rent and stuff like that on it. You still pay all of these different, bills and stuff like that on it. But the person who, quote unquote, owns the property, it's just an extension of what you have in your own home. It's like people whom the home does not belong to are here, right? And they were never invited in. That's the biggest thing. They were never invited in, and you just want them to go. That's the extension of the position, just on a countrywide scale, as far as I understand.
And it's not fair that Ian Wright's always mentioned, but if someone like
he
that,
probably gets fed up with it.
I know, but everyone just loves that guy, apart from Ennio Luco, right? But I don't know if you followed that. But Ian Wright, I don't know where his parents are from. Let's say a black guy who does have grandparents in this country, great grandparents in this country. They're just proper English. They don't speak some other language from some other place. They don't know some. How can you make that person go and live in the middle of nowhere when these are lovely, nice people?
Very easily. I don't get caught up in the emotional nonsense.
But do you have empathy? Do you have empathy?
I feel like
Only if you're in
I feel these people are victims of immigration, and it's not nice that they're going to have to be removed from the homeland. And a lot of people have, for instance, built their lives here. Some of them are loved by the population and so forth. Others are not. But that's irrelevant. The future of my people comes first. I'm not getting caught up in the emotional nonsense of he's a nice one or he's a nice one. It doesn't mean anything to me. And that's my personal opinion. You may not agree with it.
I think it should do. I think it should.
I just generally don't care. I've had enough now. I've seen the rapes. I've seen the murders. I've seen the demographic replacement of my people, and I've had enough.
Interesting.
I want everyone gone.
It's interesting that Andrew's advocating for a more emotional thing in politics there, when usually if you're in an emotional state, you don't usually make the most logical decisions. I think we kind of have to counter logic with logic at this point, purely because the decisions that have been made that have led to the downfall of Britain have been purely logical, maybe built on a purely ideological hatred, right? On everything that Britain once stood for and the British people and every one of those things. And maybe the people behind the scenes are pulling these levers, globalist organizations and stuff like that. They have a genuine, like, full-on emotional hatred for, like, any sense of freedom or whatever. And they want this perpetual control, right? But every decision has been made purely logically. I don't see how you are going to counter the decisions that have been made and the effects of decisions made purely logically without logical decisions, not emotional ones, at least from a political perspective. And ultimately, it's a matter of being willing to confront the political reality. And I think that's where a lot of people are going to struggle. So that in Tommy Robinson's post, for example, where it was all emotional based, his threat to Steve, and then the point where he made about Steve wants to deport black people whom I love. It's like, that's fair enough. A lot of people are in that position as well, but that's emotion. And ultimately, we're playing politics is always going to be a logical game. You don't judge necessarily on the candidate that you like, which can help, but ultimately you're voting because of the policy. And what really stinks is when a politician betrays their policy, because that's what you voted for. They are just the vessel by which they were going to carry that forward, or they said they were anyway.
And until that's happened, that's always going to be my position. You can call it radical, you can call it unrealistic, you already have, but to me, it's not. That's my position. And you may find it harsh, you may think it's unapologetic, and it is a little bit. But at the end of the day, what's worse is my people becoming a minority in our homeland, having no control over our destiny, having no control over our future. And then that's it. There's no England. Without the English, there's no England. And that's the direction we're heading. And the only way to reverse this, because you've already said yourself that it's probably beyond the point of being reversed, in other words, not those words exactly, but the only way to reverse this is a radical approach. It's going to have to be firm, it's going to have to be harsh, and it's going to have to be radical. And it's the only way to reverse this.
What do we do with mixed race kids?
I've already said this, deport, but I'd send their families with them. I wouldn't just randomly deport a kid on their own. The families would be going together.
Is a man who has a black wife, say, is he a traitor?
Now, that is an interesting question. That is an interesting question, in fairness, from Andrew's perspective. I think the one place where Steve might lose a lot of support, even with people who I see online identifying with a lot of his positions, would be on this issue. Thing is, for me, it's so far downstream, if anything, to even consider talking about. Again, it's usually brought up to avoid talking about or to obfuscate from the main position, usually because it can't be argued. It can't be argued against, usually, or at least people are not very effective in arguing against it, other than just throwing out things like it's unrealistic, it's this, it's that, without actually justifying, why it's unrealistic and all of these things. I think this would be a question then that, it's so far downstream. And I say so far downstream, it's not anything to even, cross the mind yet. But I think politically, it would be one of those issues. Political opinion can obviously always change. Political opinion can always change. Right now, I don't think it would be a vote winner. But fair play to Steve for openly stating his position on that. But I'd be interested to know his answer for this question. Be interesting to know his answer for this question. Andrew, for just before the break, said, is the person like a British person, I think he said a woman who takes a black man as her partner, I think it was, is she or he a traitor? I'll just rewind it a couple of seconds just so we can get the full context.
It's not those words exactly, but the only way to reverse this is a radical approach. It's going to have to be firm, it's going to have to be harsh, and it's going to have to be radical. And it's the only way to reverse this.
What do we do with mixed race kids?
I've already said this, deport, but I'd send their families with them. I wouldn't just randomly deport a kid on their own. The families would be going together.
Is a man who has a black wife, say, is he a traitor?
Here we go.
To the English race.
I don't think he's a traitor. I think he's been led astray. It depends. If they're endorsing for more people to do it and they're actively calling for more immigration, then yes, they're a traitor. But if they've just been caught up in the society of what they've been forced upon, then yeah, they're not necessarily a traitor. It's not something I would encourage, though. I don't think you should be race mixing and so forth. But I wouldn't say you're a traitor because you've had sex with a black woman. I would just say you've been misguided, you've been manipulated by the system at play, and it's wrong.
But presumably you don't like collective
Interesting
punishment when it's
answer.
applied to white people, right? So this idea.
Interesting answer, because there has been a concerted effort by marketing and by government to normalize this stuff. Right. So that's where it comes in again, where I've said before, things like this, I don't think they're inherently immoral or anything like that. Seemingly a bit like Steve here saying that, they're not inherently a traitor, it's not inherently, bad or anything like that. Maybe not something that should be advised for preserving things like ancestral lineage and who the people are of the nation and all of these kinds of things, right? But it's different then when you have a concerted normalization effort, when the government, big companies, and all of these things are behind this normalization effort. And I actually touched on that in the podcast a couple of episodes ago, where there was a string of adverts that constantly had been showing, mixed race, like couples and mixed race relationships and stuff like that. Interesting. It was always, which I thought was another element of this, which is more like a conquest style, below the surface, conveyance of an ideology, if you will. In those adverts, it was always black men with white women. It was never the other way around. I have not seen one yet, right, to my knowledge anyway, which it was one of these adverts for like Tommy Hilfiger, Nike, all of these big corporations, right, and on the tube and wherever else you see all these ads. So I'm keeping an eye on my dog at the same time, where it was a black woman with a white man. I think there's something to be said about that as well. Difference is when it... Is that my dog has nicked one of my slippers? Difference is when it is being forced. When it is being forced or when it is being pushed by government. That is much, much different, in my opinion. Go, just check something. Okay, right. Just need to pop away 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back because my dog's decided to be an absolute little shit. Okay, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Had to go attend to something. But, yeah. Oh, I'll quickly check in with that poll. So, I forgot I had that poll running. But yeah, apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, so what are we thinking? We're thinking 25% Twitch, 62% saying not Twitch, and then 12% unsure. Thank you very much for everybody who voted in that. Greatly appreciate it. But yeah, thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's probably about a 30-second or so delay, a 10-second or so delay. I can't remember. But yeah, right. Let's get straight back into where we were.
That, like, because men commit many more, all the rapes, for example, that men are all a bunch of rapists, that kind of thing. Why is it okay? And also that white men and white people have had an advantage, all those kinds of things, which I think are ridiculous in this woke world that we live in. Why is it okay to then apply collective punishment to other ethnicities?
Because every nation should be able to protect their own. So the collective punishment, if, like, for instance, let's use the argument Pakistanis. Overwhelmingly, the majority of Pakistani of rape gangs are Pakistanis. Most people would agree with that, right?
Yeah, the pro rata, yeah.
Yeah. So to use the argument that all Pakistanis should leave because of rape gangs, I don't think that's an extreme position. What those people have done to our people since they've been in the country, and this isn't just a recent phenomenon. This has been going on since the 60s, the 50s, like since they first arrived in our country. So collective
Mid-50s.
punishment on those as a people, yes, that should happen. There are tens of thousands of raped children that their community kept silent on. They didn't address the situation. They didn't try to bring these people to justice. They just swept it all under the rug. Of course, some of our people helped them as well, and they should be, personally, I would hang them, but they should spend the rest of their life in jail under the current system. So those
you'll get me with the Islam stuff. Because I fundamentally...
Yeah, you guys are obviously more anti-Islam than I am, I suppose, because obviously the situations around your history.
As I pivoted to Islam, didn't mention the racial motivations behind the abuse.
Jews, yeah.
Yeah. So, but ultimately, I don't focus just on the Islam. Of course, yeah, they are a huge problem, but so are the African gangs in London. Like the two recent terrorist attacks, the train and... I can't remember off the top of my head now. Sure. Yeah, but like the two recent attacks, they were Africans. They were not Islamics. They were not even like religious themselves. They may even be Christian.
Yeah, we have a problem. We do have an issue, and this is what I try to address on Heretics every week. I think there's a difference in how we feel it's still not authoritarian to deal with this. And I would say, look, if we're having a lot of problem with the Pakistani Muslim community, the way to do it is to deport any criminals involved in any of this, absolutely, and to stop having more immigration from those places.
But the question be, you have to reconcile that with the notion, why were they ever allowed to come here in the first place? You constantly have to reconcile this with the notion that the British people who were here around the time that these people first started coming here did not want them here, did not want any more immigration from anywhere, right? And the attitudes then, even towards the small minority people that were here, were very, very different. Some things that we'd likely demonize today. Most people would be inclined to demonize today anyway. You have to kind of reconcile it with it's impossible to reconcile the presence of these people with the betrayal, right? It's impossible to reconcile the two.
I'll just take it back to the collective punishment. The Palestinians, Hamas who attacked Israel. Do you think the collective punishment on Palestine is justified?
No, not really, but it's a war. That's war, unfortunately.
Yes, but it is collective punishment, though, isn't it? You was attacked on October the 7th.
Yeah.
And
this is not an easy. These are difficult philosophical questions.
So this is the thing.
See the info box coming up here. And again, you do have to juxtapose this with, I suppose, that think you can be against Israel, also acknowledging that you can be against Hamas as well, and would have very good reason to be, right? But yeah, it is sad, the situation that the civilians are caught in, absolutely, because they're essentially being used by human shields, and then the people who are being put in the chief position of their safety would be the other nation that they are at war with. It's an awful situation. Some Israeli actions are described by critics as collective punishment, while Israel argues they are lawful security measures, and there is no definitive international legal ruling resolving this categorically. But yeah, it's hard to... You can see why Steve sort of pursue this. It's hard to look at it as anything other than it sometimes. But also, you're seeing here an interesting thing there where Andrew mentioned that, well, that's war. Could you not say that, at least at the moment, politically, it's cold on the overt hostilities front, but the English are in a war for their survival also? It's not the same kind of war, but is it a war nonetheless? You know, it's not being fought overtly with bombs and bullets yet, but many people are coming over here with hostilities already pre-declared, if in their mind, if not overtly on their phones that the traitorous globalist organizations give them. Could it not be argued that it's war?
Like, your people are collectively punishing people right now, but me suggesting it is about in the UK is all of a sudden
it's at war with a different nation, and
doesn't
and
matter.
Rules, yeah, of course it does. Of course it does.
It's not a fair war. It's not a fair war at all. You're bombing children.
Absolutely is not a fair war, and it's sad that the civilians don't seem to have anybody to care about them, really, in the context of the war and in the context of their own government. It's very sad. Autumn Glow, Afghans should definitely go too. They're awful people. Plane landed here just last week. They're bringing them because of votes. They're bringing them because of votes. That will always be what it comes back to. They can use these people to subvert the democratic systems within our nations. That's why they'll be bringing them here. So yeah, I look at that. He might be busting for a pee, but put that to the vote. The poll was running for a long time. I think it was running for about 25 minutes or so, if I'm not mistaken.
Unfortunately, that's happened, and that's Hamas's fault for putting them in the way of the bombs. What do you do with that?
So you're okay, yeah, but this is the thing. You're okay with collective punishment.
I don't think I am, but it's an interesting point. I think it's really hard to get to those. What do you do with that? What
exactly.
Do you do when it's a war?
So from the Israeli perspective, whether I agree or disagree is irrelevant.
Well, do you agree with that?
No. I don't think you should be bombing children like you are. You're flattening their country. Of course, you can retaliate. You can retaliate when you're attacked, right?
Yeah. Well, they've done that 100 times, and they keep getting attacked.
And now you've flattened their homeland, and there are loads of dead children.
Unfortunately, that's what's happened. I mean, Israel pulled out of Gaza 20 years ago and just got constantly attacked by Palestine.
But Israel's also expanded multiple times since it's founded.
It only expanded after being attacked, and that was to take advantageous positions, such as on mountains, so you can see where you're being attacked from. Doesn't mean that the settlers haven't been wrong. Many of the settlers who have moved into these places. Israel's probably one of the most complicated geopolitical issues in the world, so we're not going to be able to solve it in 2 or 3 minutes.
Of course not.
There's no easy answers. I know YouTube wants easy answers, and they want me to say like, what should but what do you do if you're an Israeli? At the same time, you've got to protect Israeli people, like
exactly.
You want to do
so
here.
Now I'm an Englishman. I'm watching English girls I'm seeing English girls get raped and abused and so forth by this demographic, and I'm saying.
See, I see myself as English as well, so I get hurt by that as well. I know you don't see me as English. I do see myself as English. I know even people on my own side of this do not. And I respect their opinions as well, because English can.
What would the answer be then if somebody who's not ethnically Jewish just says that they see themselves as Jewish? I see myself as Jewish. Kind of leads you down into the whole thing of I identify, but then there's no strict boundaries in place based on objective reality, it would seem. They would just say that I identify with or I see myself. Well, it's only a small hop, skip, and a jump away from saying that a man sees himself as a woman. And obviously, most people now would see how completely incongruous that is. So Andrew then going back to saying, well, it is or it isn't, and all of these things, right? And saying that Steve's ideas in this instance are retarded, well, that's one step away from an argument that many would now see as universally retarded, right? This whole idea, and I say that with the sympathy of people that are suffering with gender dysphoria and stuff like that, but the whole nonsense idea that men could be women, right? And that it just matters how you see yourself. So this the thing. You have somebody here who's completely, as you mentioned before, 100% Jewish, and he literally says that, but then saying he sees himself as English. What do you even do with this?
Believe two different kinds of things. I think a cultural identity and a feeling, like Tommy would say, if you think you're English, and all of that.
I completely
Blood and
disagree.
soil nationalists when it comes to Israel.
Unfortunately, like if we were going to have this,
And it's not just Israelis. You see that with Hamza Yousaf, the ex-First Minister of Scotland, saying he's a son of the soil in Pakistan. It's perfectly fine when everybody else around the world wants to be a blood and soil nationalist. For some reason, it's wrong when Europeans do it.
kind of war or this battle that you're talking about, where we have we need to, go for whatever we want English values to be, you would find yourself with a lot of Jews, black people, Asians on your side, and a lot of white English on the other side against you and us.
Yeah. No, I understand the complex of the situation. I understand everything is very complex. There are different factions all over the place creating all sorts of problems. But my line still remains the same, regardless of all the noise going on around me.
Yeah.
And you've also pretty much agreed that you're okay with collective punishment to an extent, if it means it threatens Israel.
In war.
Yeah.
War. And if Britain were at war, I agree with the same on
what
Dresden.
happened to October 7th, right?
Yeah.
Led to you attacking them, right?
Not me attacking
No,
them.
but your people, okay?
I don't see them as my people because I don't think ethnically the same way as you do.
Okay, well, that's how I see it. So
Okay.
I'll just use that as a...
It led to those people attacking.
Yeah, it led to those people attacking them, right?
To root out Hamas.
And how many of those terror attacks have happened in the UK?
No, well, look, absolutely.
And are we not justified to go, right, these immigrants have done too much damage in our country now, I think it's time they leave? We're not sitting here, actually, I think it's time we go and flatten their homeland and destroy all of their kids. No, we're just saying, let's just send them home. We're not even...
It's interesting because, again, I lost my train of thought on what I was going to say. I was going to say something then. When you import the world's people, you import the world's problems. That's another thing that people didn't, because again, we were never told there was any ever downside to immigration, that there could never be any downside to immigration. Right, is when you import the world's people, you import the world's problems. But sadly, those problems, as we are seeing, are then taken up by descendants of those people also. It's not nowadays the very first immigrants from any area of the world that ever came over to Britain that are doing, rape gangs and all manner of other things and the terror attacks. Right, it's people in many instances who were born here, second, third generation, which is why again, you can't address this just by merely people who come off a plane yesterday or come off a boat at Dover yesterday. It goes so much deeper than that.
Going that far.
Yeah, but for many of them, there isn't a home. That's the point.
There is a home, though.
So I get the feeling, I get wanting to do that. I understand.
Where's there not a home for someone to go to?
Because there isn't. Those kids only ever knew England.
It doesn't matter.
Their parents often only knew England.
It doesn't
Their
matter.
grandparents knew England.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But I think you struggle to empathise with people like that. I know plenty of people like that. Well, I suppose myself included, though I never even thought I was part of that discussion. But so many people like that who are just like, the idea of sending them to where? Some random country?
So here's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, it's so absurd to send this person to a country they've never been to. But the idea of bringing them here to a country they've never been to is fine.
But they didn't. They were born here, the ones we're talking about.
Yeah, but their parents or their grandparents brought them over.
Yeah.
And they came to a country that they'd never been to before.
Yeah.
And it's abhorrent. How can they go to a country they've never been to?
As happened with the Normans, as happens with Celts and Anglo-Saxons.
So using this argument that they've never been in that land before is ridiculous.
Well, actually, that's quite interesting because the Normans came over after an invasion. So we're talking about people coming over after these communities have now broken off inside England. You have all these foreign enclaves. Are we to then, judging by this, treat those foreign enclaves when they were in their infancy, right, as kind of beachheads? Wouldn't that mean that, foreigners building their beachheads and eventually then turning those into fully fledged communities within Britain? Wouldn't that, again, going back to the war example that Andrew gave, wouldn't that also be indicative of a slightly different type of war that was being waged against the British people? Not to mention, many of these people who are speakers for certain groups and stuff like that is a good imam or sheikh, I believe it was, that spoke on Dinesh D'Souza's show. But the point he made is that that was the radical Muslim siding with the leftists. But a lot of them will openly say now that the way that they've done the invasion is through immigration. So again, you can't get around the whole collective punishment thing by saying that it's war, But then it's just a different kind of war that's taking place in Britain. It's eliminating, replacing, and genociding the people nonetheless.
They've never been here before. Oh, in the other land. Yeah, but they moved here because they wanted to move here.
Yeah,
they
but we didn't
want
want them here. It was against our will. No British people have ever, other than the small minority that work in these NGO factions and stuff, no British people have asked for more immigrants. No British people have ever asked for any of this. It's been forced upon us.
Many British people have asked for it. Loads and loads and loads of British people. These are the people that we complain.
I didn't see Gold here putting up the info box saying that in the late 50s, opinion massively changed against immigration after a series of riots occurred, and that 81% of people in London wanted strong immigration controls, and about 73% of people nationally wanted strong immigration controls. I noticed there was no info box for that.
About every day. Come on.
Small minority groups.
Not small minorities, there's loads of them.
The overwhelming majority of the English people have never, ever asked for more immigration. They don't want it. If they was given the choice to ask without any consequences, and it was anonymously, the overwhelming majority would say they want them gone.
Yeah, there's been too much immigration, unfortunately. I think the overwhelming majority would say they wouldn't want to push people out who were born here. We know that for a fact.
I'd say the position most people would be at is they would want to stop immigration at the moment, deport all the illegals and foreign criminals, and maybe some of the dangerous ones that they don't trust, probably like all the Muslims and stuff, right? That's about as far as the public would go at the moment.
Push out dangerous people based on their actions.
At the moment.
That's a huge jump.
At the moment.
A jump to then just getting innocent people and kicking them out. I would like to think that the British people will never do that.
Yeah, you'd like to think that.
Yeah.
Because it's self-interest for you,
and because there's no evidence to show that that otherwise you would have loads of support. You're a well-spoken person. You're quite bright. You've got Twitter and all that. You should have more people following you than Tommy Robinson. If there was any chance of this happening, they're not into it. They don't want it.
Tommy Robinson's an activist that's been around for around 15, 20 years almost. He's also internationally known. So, and I'm relatively.
Yeah, he's going to get into that now. Have you ever seen Steve on some of the shows that Tommy's been on? No, not yet. You might see him in the future. People like Patrick Bet-David, for example, would be great examples of people who are in America, for example, that he hosted Nick Fuentes, he hosted all manner of controversial speakers. Again, Andrew's saying here like it's all said and done. You don't know what the future is going to hold, right? Who's to say you won't see Steve, if it would be similar to how it presented with Nick Fuentes, right? Who'd say you'd never see Nick Fuentes on any mainstream political discussion. Now you see him on not only PBD and the independent outlets, but you see him on Piers Morgan, right? You haven't even seen Tommy Robinson back on Piers Morgan yet. Things can always change and change in massive ways. Remember, I started following Steve, I think he had about 40k or so followers at the time, maybe even less. And it's ballooned. And think about it, Elon Musk reposted him, and that, that can change things overnight. So again, to try and play this game nobody's following, it's another demoralization tactic. You can clearly see that it's a demoralization tactic, which is, again, a little bit disingenuous again. Because again, it's impossible to know what the silent British person is thinking.
New to the scene, so arguing that I should be bigger is a bit silly.
Well, you'd have some amount of.
I've got 127,000 followers. I've got more than you, and you've been around longer.
I've only started the last couple of years as well.
Andrew has
so
more followers
You've
than
also
Steve.
had the platform with BBC and so forth pushing you. I've
Really.
had none of that.
I haven't had them pushing me.
You have over your career, though. Over your career, you've had the chance to be on the BBC and so forth.
I sold one documentary to them, and then they told me because I was a white man, I wasn't allowed to do more.
Should have told them you was Jewish.
I did tell them that. They laughed and said, get out of here. I eventually told them that, but I hated the idea that they would even have given me a job because of a minority or whatever. It's the most absurd.
Was that the same laugh as the intro?
That could ever happen. It's ridiculous. So, and I'm sure we agree on that.
But using back to the argument that I should have a bigger platform, until going on, like for instance, you've platformed me now, and Liam Tuss before then people wouldn't platform me. So you're saying you should have a bigger platform without being platformed. It's a bit difficult, like.
With AI,
you can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge.
Tommy Robinson was going on to Good Morning Britain. He went on Good Morning Britain and stuff like that.
I suppose that's true. It's a difficult one, but I look, maybe I'm wrong. And people will let me know in the comments, and I think they'll probably be weighted towards you in some as they were in Liam's.
Well, we don't know. We've got different. You've got a completely different audience to Liam, so
it's not that different.
Oh, is it not?
No.
I thought yours was more centre grounds than.
We're quite similar, but I'm posher. So, yeah, Liam and I. It makes a difference, when Douglas Murray says what he says, it's much more acceptable than when Tommy Robinson says what he says. People
That's a
are
valid point.
they're willing to accept ideas from posher sounding people, which is in itself a horrible bias.
Yeah.
So, well, it remains to be seen
nonetheless, it's
in
true.
the next few years if people do go for what you're saying. I think it's an emotional.
So just a pushback on
You know,
that.
I come from one of the lowest prosperity, lowest socioeconomic areas in Wales, for example. Right, very working class. A lot of people come from other areas. They would be absolutely horrified by the way that some people speak and stuff like that. Yeah, it is one of those things that plays against you, but that's just the reality of what it is. It's just the reality of what it is. And unfortunately, yeah, people will trust it more if it's coming from a higher, up sophisticated voice, all of these things, right? You can get away with more and stuff like that. But people still have to speak regardless. The truth is the truth. It doesn't really matter who is saying it. Think about the EDL guys who were saying about, he literally used the term Muslimic rape gangs, okay? Didn't even know how to differentiate the term, and he was vilified for it. It turned his classic caricature of skinhead Nazi kind of person, right? Who, look at these... the friggin' dog again. Look at these guys. They can't say F word. You can't even say the term right, and that's used to demonize them. But he was right. He was right, and he's owed a massive apology. About 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Swear to God, you got to keep your bloody slippers on like an elevated pedestal platform in this house. Ghost Lust Dippers, you're happy to... This is what happens when you talk to certain demographics. Just make shit up as they go along. Nick Friday's doing the Lord's work. Steve arguing with the Pharisee. Yeah, you certainly see here the biases that are coming through. But like I was saying, yeah, people are biased towards more sophisticated sounding voices, more educated sounding voices, stuff like that. But it's those people who sound like intellectuals that have led us into this trouble. It's the working class lads that are trying to talk about it, that were demonized as Nazis and uneducated and all this stuff, that saw it all along.
What's your position as a Jewish man in England? What would you like England to look like? If you had power tomorrow to make what you wished happen, how would you see it?
Do you know the Michaela School, Catherine Burble Singh? She runs this school in Wembley. They've got... I think she says like 90% Muslims there. It's something mad.
Is that the one with the big frizzy hair?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. She is very, very nationalist for this country. She's not even from here, but she loves the country. She loves its history. She teaches it in a way where people can be proud of what they've assimilated into. And I think that's kind of a microcosm of what I want to see in Britain. It doesn't mean I don't worry. A lot of us do worry the same way you do about, gosh, all these different...
Just bring this up a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make sure I'm reading this right, because this is actually one of the clips that I saw. It's one of the few clips that I saw. Otherwise, I'm going into this completely blind. Microcosm, meaning a community, place, or situation regarded as encapsulating in miniature the characteristic qualities or features of something larger. So this school, he's identifying as a microcosm of what he wants Britain to look like. So what was that actual... info note that came up, seemingly playing into all of the stereotypes. Michaela Community School has approximately 50% Muslim students and around 90% ethnic minorities. So that is in miniature what he wants the rest of Britain to look like, is what he's saying. And you can't say things like that, in my opinion, and wonder why people call you subversive. Why people call you all of these things. Right? And say that you're containment on all of these things. I think at that point, you wouldn't even need to get anywhere near 50% Muslim and 90% ethnic minority, which obviously wouldn't be ethnic minority at that point. The British would be less than 10%, 10% or less. That's what you want Britain to look like. That's the microcosm of what you want Britain to look like. That is deeply, deeply troubling to me. I don't know whether that's deeply troubling to you guys. Am I reading that right? Am I reading that right? Is that what he is saying here? I don't want to misconstrue him. Don't want to get his argument wrong. Is he saying here that he wants Britain to essentially look like Michaela School, which would be, again, native British being in like 10%? I think that is extremely troubling. So, ladies and gentlemen, I got to go again for a moment. I got an important phone call. Apologies about all the interruptions, ladies and gentlemen. I do appreciate you guys bearing with me. Had a lot of phone calls, had a lot of, important stuff I've had to deal with on this stream as well. I got to go somewhere after this, so you try and wrap this up relatively quickly. I wasn't intending for this to go this long, but turns out I can talk a lot. So let me close that. Okay. So, that is absolutely horrifying in my opinion, and wonder why people call people like this subversive. It's like, well, you're advocating for the mass replacement of the British people. This is horrifying.
Proud of what they've assimilated into.
And again, calling Catherine Birbalsingh a nationalist, I don't think she could ever say that. She identifies herself in interviews that I've seen, for example, Jordan Peterson, don't know whether it's changed since then, as a small c conservative. That's not a nationalist.
And I think that's kind of a microcosm of what I want to see in Britain. It doesn't mean I don't worry. A lot of us do worry the same way you do about, gosh, all these different ethnicities who are going to have different ties to different tribes and different countries and things like that. But I think
clearly you don't.
Before even
and what he's
thinking about
admitting,
anything else,
to have a society like that, including the British people as well. Catherine Birbalsingh, he went on about authoritarianism earlier. Catherine Birbalsingh she's called the strictest headmistress in the UK. That's what she's affectionately called, whether it's true or not. So in order for you to have that system, you need to have a truly authoritarian figure. So you can't be against authoritarianism and then want that, because you have to have that authoritarian figure to, quote unquote, hold it together.
We've got to look at ourselves and go, why the hell have we been denigrating our own culture, our own history, only talking about, for example, on the BBC extolling the bad parts of empire, for example, and not what empire brought to the world and brought to people, and the good that we've done in this country. And telling people when they get here that we celebrate their culture more than our own. That is suicidal as a country. And I think that's what's led to the issues, and it's led to the concerns you have. And I think,
so if you was in power, you would just change the culture?
I would incentivize British people, whatever that exactly means. We'd have to nail that down. But people from here who love this country to have more children. Right. So that there isn't this constant stress on the economy.
What I'm actually going to do, ladies and gentlemen,
wrongly, we have to bring in immigrants.
Because I need to save time, I'm going to let this play just in feature. I need to go attend to something. Oh, I don't want to go on another break. So I'm going to just let this play so you guys get the conversation if nothing else, but I will be back as soon as possible. I need to attend to something a moment.
From other countries to support it. I would try and make it more acceptable for Christianity to thrive in this country as well. Deport illegal immigrants. Stop the boats, obviously. Stop putting people in these kinds of hotels. Take away the ECHR as well, so that we can actually have the power to do some of these things. Loads of quite drastic measures that I think would rapidly change what's going on. But
that what you've just presented there would not reverse the demographic decline, would still become a minority in our homeland.
At some point, unfortunately, white people, and I count myself among them, will become a minority and will probably go extinct.
We are a worldwide minority already, which is why I take the radical stance that the English have the right to exist. We have the right to our own homelands. Everyone agrees on that, right?
Yeah.
That's the basis
I think so. I think that's the base line. It depends what you mean by English. That's the issue.
We already disagree on the meaning of English. So there's that. Okay, but ultimately, with the direction that the country's going, the future of our people is at stake. The most radical stance that we have to take to fix this is okay with me. I don't care what we have to do. I don't care who gets caught in the crossfires. I don't care how much damage gets done along the way, as long as the future of my people is secured. That's my line. And that's the hill I'm dying on. You may disagree with the approach, you may disagree with the argument. I generally don't care. And I don't mean that horribly. I mean, you've been polite enough to me since I've come on and so forth, but I just generally don't care. England belongs to the English. I want my country back, and I will die on that hill fighting for it.
Yeah. Look, I've got sympathy for that, but as I said, without wanting to sound repetitive, I don't think you can define English easily enough. I think it's too difficult to do. It's too difficult to implement that. You didn't give me what I think would be a satisfying response to how we work out if someone's parents are sufficiently English and if their grandparents are sufficiently English. I think it's unworkable. And so if you actually want to affect change instead of wanting to look like you're affecting change, as the woke do, there's the horseshoe theory, and I feel like your side and their side want to look good to their people. We're going to do that. We have to look at what will actually work. And that will not work. You cannot go through a whole country and start finding their hospital records to know where they
can.
Yeah, I mean, it would just kill the country. It would become an authoritarian mess.
The only way to save this country is by being authoritarian. Otherwise, we lose this country. We lose it to all of these immigrant groups at the end of the day. And that, to me, is unacceptable. I don't care who gets upset about it. I don't care who gets caught in the crossfire. I don't care who cries about it. I don't care who has to get deported.
Yeah.
I want my country back. My people have the right to exist. That's my line.
Well, I think that my people are English as well, and I think that I'm British, or and these are very difficult to define. I know there'll be a lot of people screaming at me in the comments.
I don't think you are. I think you're Jewish, and
yeah,
we're distinct, different groups.
But I'm not going to Israel.
If I had power, mate, you would be.
Yeah, but I don't speak their language.
It doesn't matter. You
don't like the heat.
It doesn't matter.
I feel my name's Andrew.
Goldstein. Andrew Goldstein, you'd fit in, mate.
Well, it's not. Goldstein is a name that our name would have been a kind of Central European name. I don't even know now. It would have been that because the British they changed a lot of difficult names from like Poland to names they could understand. So they just gave us names like Goldstein and
then obviously you changed all of those after the war to try and blend in wherever you were.
Assimilation.
Trying to.
Yeah, as much as you can, and that's what they should be doing.
But here's the thing, right? People do try to assimilate. There are groups in this country that do try to assimilate, but they're still clearly distinctly foreign, whether they try to or not.
Well, I don't think that's the case personally. Like the people I know who are of Indian heritage and those kinds of things, they may have slightly different, maybe some historical precedents and cultures and things from their family that they still engage in at home. That's how I think it should be. We've always had some sort of mix. There would be Catholics and
so sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but I had to attend to that.
There's always going to be that kind of ethnic differences, and look, that led to a fucking war.
Did not want you to miss out on that. I apologize for anything that I've missed. I'm just catching up on your chat now. See if there's anything in here at some point. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. Carla Saxon, I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. So I think there needs to be, more of a push for, it might make us uncomfortable, but the peaceful. I wouldn't want to see any unnecessary bloodshed personally, but I can understand, the people feel angry, you know what I mean, and want that, especially when you have people that seem to want to be identifying with the opposition and where you come from, and your people, but then will, every time you say, well, we need to preserve said people, that's a problem. It's like, oh, well, we how can we, there's no way to look past this. These are like, fundamental. You have certain things, maybe certain differences between, peoples and groups, you could sort of look past this like fundamental, right? Like Welsh people first in Wales, for example, and all of these things. English people first in England, Britain for the British, if you will. You're going to stand in the way of that. Well, how are we ever going to reconcile those things? But yeah. You understand people being very, very angry, especially when what he said then, when it's have this weird double standard when it comes to Israel and Jewish people and stuff like that.
So there will always be those kinds of issues. These people.
But yeah, if there's any issues that were raised in that, ladies and gentlemen, I might go back and rewatch bits that I missed and do another follow-up later on. But I need to move this on because I do need to get going. But is anything that was said that you want to inform me of, that I could comment on or whatever, that you want to bring in the chat, then feel free to bring them up in the chat.
I do think that in your world, you'd get it, even if you did get it to this kind of just white English people left, there'd be other things that you'd argue about and go, well, we're in this tribe and you're in that tribe.
Yeah, but that's the nature of people, though. There will always be distinct, different area groups, but at least we're our own people fighting amongst our own, rather than fighting amongst all of these hostile tribes that shouldn't even be here in the first place.
How far are you willing to go to implement this personally?
How do you mean? What do you mean by how far?
Am I going to read in a newspaper one day that you've gone and shot up?
No, I'm not going to take a violent approach. I'm not going to endorse anything like that. That's not something I'm going to say. I'm not saying go and get a gun and go down a town and be a fucking idiot. I'm not saying do that. Like, there are stages that we have to take. My approach is radicalising our people, and when I say radicalising, I don't mean radicalising them so they're going to go out and start beating people up. I mean radicalising them so they're politically motivated and they understand what's at stake. That's the priority number one, and that's why I focus on the younger generation, because most around our age and above are either of your mindset or worse. And
Yeah.
but when you look at the younger generations, their mindset's very different. You may have seen that. I don't know how well you tapped in you are with the younger generation, but they are very much more radical, more so than me.
But youngsters are always very radical one way or the other. There's a fallacy that they're always to the left, but they're not. They're both
not.
ways. Yeah.
Yeah, there's very much a 50-50 split on that sort of.
Yeah, and then they get older and they become a bit more understanding and empathetic, and they go, well, maybe these
Not
things
always.
I feel. No, not always, Steve.
No.
No.
If anything, I got more radical over time.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a badge of honour.
I think it's necessary. Whether it's a badge of honour or not, I think it's necessary. There has to be people taking the hardest line possible. Otherwise, we're always using the same, going around in circles, talking about the same nonsense of values and anyone can be British and let's just stop the boats. None of those talking points solve any of the problems we face.
Nationalism would. Pride in our country would change things drastically.
There is pride in our country.
There needs to be real pride. People need to come over here, land from whatever.
Nobody needs to come over
those
here.
Those who are here, sorry, those who are here already need to be told, hey,
to go home.
This is a fantastic country. This has every opportunity for you, but you've got to work with the local people, as I would expect you to do if you went to another country, right? Would you ever emigrate to another country?
No. It's not in the slightest ever appealed to me.
Live abroad for a year?
No, I've been on holiday. I've seen to other places and stuff. Like, it's nice, but it's not home. I'm so much of a homely person that I wouldn't even move out of Kent.
Even in like the part of Kent you're in, would you move out?
Nah, like the furthest I've moved to is Dover, the town over, and then I moved back a few months later. I'm quite happy where I am.
This is
my dog very rarely does that nowadays. I don't know whether you heard her bark in the back. Oh yeah, fireworks. Yeah, of course. My apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I understand that sentiment. We've tried the peaceful line. Yeah, because that's the whole thing. The democratic system has been subverted. So what whole thing do we have to resort to at this point? Ultimately, the only thing would be then trying to pursue some kind of re-migratory policy, undoing of the whole multiculturalism thing as peaceful as possible. But the sad reality is as well, a lot of these people within these hotels, very likely, especially with the backgrounds they come from, why would we not suspect that they're armed and dangerous? Why would we not suspect that the government are bringing in literally a hostile invasion force? You know what I mean? We have to start looking at it in this reality now. I think it was the fireworks. I can hear him going off now. Shree doesn't like them, but yeah, apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I can hear the fireworks going off. Yeah, she's not massive, right? But yeah, I might have to just put her to bed in a minute, just so she calms down a little bit. But yeah, she's running around like a mad thing right. I don't know if you could hear her going back and forth behind me. Completely forgot what day it is. Completely forgot that people would start setting off. Why would I think that anybody would set off fireworks before the actual time, right? We'll see if we can. I'll keep my mic on mute unless I want to speak. We'll see if we can finish this off.
This is part of something I've been talking about recently called the anywhere versus somewhere people. If you come across that thing, anywhere people being those who are not necessarily affluent, but people who have come from families that might have money or might have whatever. They've got like an international way of looking at life, and they are able to just fly off somewhere. So they're not too bothered about immigration going through the roof, because firstly, in their areas, they don't see it necessarily. They live in these nice posh areas, and they just think, well, I'll just pop off to somewhere else if it gets too bad. There is a little bit of that going on, particularly in the kind of BBC sphere.
And what tends to happen
and it's something I call out a lot, because
they'll pop off somewhere else to other voting blocks after they've ruined their own, and then they'll vote in the same way, because how could they ever be wrong? And they'll ruin those for the other people as well.
Think about the somewhere people, who are very much, and again, they could be wealthy or poor or whatever, but probably more likely to be working class, and they would, this is my street, this is where I'm from, this is me, this is my house, and I've noticed that although I knew everybody on the street 10 years ago and they all spoke my language and suddenly I don't understand anything or anyone around where I'm from, and it's changed so rapidly. And those anywhere people are the ones who are in charge and don't give a fuck about the somewhere people. So I do have sympathy for what is going on with people like you who you are of the place you are from. I get it.
Not just somewhere people. What about nowhere people? What about, for whatever reason, they could not just that they belong to somewhere and they want to stay there. What if things would get so bad they couldn't go anywhere else? That's where a lot of people are at. The nowhere people, that nobody seems to care about.
But
or at least not from our political perspective anyway, our political leaders.
I don't think we can become authoritarian and start kicking people out.
We can. You just don't want us to.
He said don't want us to. He advocated for, without knowing it, one of the most authoritarian regimes because, again, Catherine Birbal saying in order to maintain this school has to be one of the strictest headmistresses, the strictest headmistress in the UK. Admitting you cannot have any of these systems seemingly without some form of authoritarianism. I don't even think Andrew realises that's actually what he advocated for. He just advocated it alongside the elimination of the British people, pretty much.
No. I think the liberties that we have and that we've had in the 1900s have pretty much never existed beforehand anywhere in the world before the kind of 1900s. Being able to own a house, be yourself,
chase the Northern Lights by train. Travel with a rail pass and remember...
Ads. Oh.
Although that's less and less with regards to free speech because we are becoming authoritarian and we have to push back against authoritarianism on any side. And that definitely comes from like the thought police. You don't want any more of them. But it also comes from the idea of being able to go into people who've never committed a crime and kick them out of the country that their parents and their grandparents were born in.
Aside then from endorsing that you want the strictest headmistress in the UK to represent the government as this school being a microcosm of Britain, unless it's that kind of authoritarianism, it seems.
All of that, if you want that authoritarianism, you have to know from history that the other side comes with it. That side of free speech, that side of people being able to just be who they are and hang out and whatever. Police start coming in and it goes to shit. It's happened time and time again.
Yeah, and the alternative is the rapes, the murders of our people, the demographic replacement, the complete destruction of our identity and who we are as a people. The options, there's no middle ground on this. You get one or the other.
The middle ground is a very, very strong sense of national pride.
The middle ground is slow replacement.
I don't think so.
And slowly changing the demographic, but slowly enough that people are okay with it.
You are right. I was going to say this before.
Like a frog in boiling water, that kind of analogy comes to mind. You heat the water up slow enough, the frog doesn't realise it until he's boiling to death.
Is a point that white people will one day not exist. That is just a fact, and probably true of Ashkenazi Jews as well.
But there are ways to prevent this. You create the homeland that we have now already, and you secure that, and you keep that. Then you can prevent that from ever happening.
Happy New Year.
I think it's going to happen.
The facts that you're okay, like
I'm not okay, but I don't like it.
But people brush it off as if it's not a huge issue, right? But the fact is, it's massive. Yeah. If there's no white people, that's like that's a genocide ultimately, a slow genocide of our people that's happened over generations.
If you've got 8 billion people in the world and you have globalization, which we have had, and you have an increase in technology and people can go on holiday and move really easily between themselves within. Even if whether it's 50 years or 1,000 years, eventually I think everyone's just going to look sort of mixed and thing, and maybe they won't have that problem with racism anymore. That's not my utopia. I'm not suggesting, because I know again this. I always imagine the things that are going to be clipped, and it's like, look what this Jew wants to happen.
That'll be a bad clip for you.
It will. It's not what I want to happen, but I think you can. The measures. It's like with Islamic terrorism, right? This is the point I make on somewhere where maybe we agree. I don't know, but on the civic nationalism side about my concerns about Islam, a lot of people point out that in Saudi Arabia and some of these other countries they don't have terrorism because they crack down so hard on these people. And I've often said, well, yeah, okay, but to get a government in that kind of position where they're probably reading messages of people's phones, forcing people to have identities. I know. But would you want to give more of that to the state? That's the only way that you can become more authoritarian in that respect, right? So that's an argument against my own sort of colleagues here in the civic national space. You've got to weigh these things up. It's a real tough balance. And if you go a little bit too far one way, things turn to shit really fast.
Sure, there's always that risk. There is always that risk. But again, it circles back to the risk of what we're facing at the moment is far worse in my eyes. I like you're saying that there's going to be the state interfering with your phones and checking your messages. They do that daily now to all of us anyway. Like you get arrested, get arrested. That you don't give them your password, you're a terrorist.
Yeah, what happened to Tommy?
Yeah, literally. Like so, it shows you that we're already living.
Happened to more people as well, didn't it? Happen to Callum. I don't know his surname. He goes by a CAD secretary on X. He had it done to him as well. It's a valid point, actually. Something I never considered. Be like, I don't think anybody really wants to live under that. I think people want to live as private citizens, right? But is it almost like, again, there has to be some things to accomplish the objectives that need accomplishing? Do you kind of need, you know, this opposite level of authoritarianism, just hoping then that once the problems have been sorted out, particularly with regards to immigration and those kinds of things, would then the establishment in power actually relinquish that and return, you know, private citizens to being largely that, private? You could see why people would be worried about that, and why I think a good part of the conversation, so spending, you know, like 40% on the Jewish questions and stuff like that, for lack of a better term. Imagine if half of that was then put towards, like, okay, let's say we solve this problem in the way that you want it done. Do you then restore this afterwards? What is your overall political worldview looking like? Do you restore that for the people who you perceive as English and those kinds of things? And after this main problem is sorted out, do you then restore those norms of like free speech and stuff like that? Because Steve has been on the record saying, you know, why would you give free speech to your enemy and all of these things? Doesn't seem to be free speech for people whom he would disagree with in this way. But it would be good to have a wider conversation around that. Much more productive for the viewer also.
Even in that world, except we haven't got the perks of being an ethno state. All we've got is all of the authoritarianism and the replacement at the same time. I'm saying let's get rid of the replacement.
What about if you found out that your missus had some like black blood in her?
Well, she doesn't. I don't have a missus, but like my children.
If you did have a missus, if you had a missus now.
Yeah, but I wouldn't get with someone like that.
But you wouldn't have known.
I'm pretty sure you can spot, like, if their grandparents are African, like, there are certain traits on people that you can spot.
What about Polish?
That didn't pan out the way you wanted it to.
70% Polish.
Again,
you'd get on with it?
I wouldn't be with someone like that.
But you wouldn't have known. You could.
This is weird. Andrew, the posh guy, going down a similar route to where Liam Tufts went down. You know, what if your daughter went off with a black man or something like this? I didn't expect this. I got to be honest.
Be Polish? You look Polish.
Do you think I look Polish? Thanks.
He's Polish. He looks like you.
He looks like you. Yeah. Got a bit grey hair. But no, like, I understand. Like, there are some times you may not know, right? Yeah. But I wouldn't be in the situation where, with my views, it's very unlikely I'm going into a relationship with someone who's a Polish.
Biggest thing, again, seems that they cannot beat the political, so they have to go back to the personal. It doesn't look good for, in this case, Andrew or whoever's asking this question, because people care about the political matters at the moment, you know? Personal anecdotes and stories and whatever else not doing so well, when the political realities mean that in the next generation, the English could be facing minoritization status.
Sure. A part African or something like that. It's not happening.
Well, I'm saying,
and I don't jump into a relationship with someone that I don't know about them.
But my point is about.
I'm not just going to say, right, I've got this girl now, and now she's my girlfriend, but I don't know anything about her. Like, that's not how you enter a relationship. And if you do, that's just retarded anyway.
Christopher Hitchens, that example again. He didn't even know he was Jewish until he was. Like,
yeah, I know you mentioned that.
Yeah. So there's an example. What if you married Christopher Hitchens? No, I'm joking. What if you married a woman who didn't even know she was Jewish, and then you found out she was?
I'd be very disappointed. Divorced.
What if you really loved her?
Oof.
But I wouldn't have divorced her. I wouldn't have kids with someone who's from a different ethnic group. I want my children to look like me.
I bet you wouldn't. If you really loved her. Come on.
You're asking me random hypothetical. This is what Liam did, and it's just nonsense. He's up.
Yeah, hypotheticals have their place. Hypotheticals have their place for sure. It's a case of, again, he said he wants his kids to look like me. You know, or he wants his kids to look like him. Sorry, not his kids. He wants to look like me. His kids wants to look like him. Is there really anything wrong with that? I think that's pretty much how. Isn't that pretty much how all men have thought throughout history? Pretty much, majority of them. You know, back in the time of the caves, they probably had similar thoughts to this. Even though they probably maybe they wouldn't care so much. Who knows? But is that really so bad of a thought? I want my kids to look like me. I don't think, and you know, with regards to his family or his family situation, he mentioned he doesn't have a missus or whatever, but his family situation, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. And it's up to him how he, you know, approaches his family. You know what I mean? His kids. At the end of the day, that's what dad is there to do, right? On the face of it, I don't see anything wrong with Steve in this instance saying, I want my kids to look like me. And in theory, then wanting his grandkids to look like him, right? Wanting the same thing that past generations, most generations of English people have had, you know, wanting what your great-great-great-great-grandfather had with all of the medical advances and all of the technological advances and things we take advantage for granted in the modern day. I don't think that's a bad thing.
What about if this woman you loved, or what about would you deport my mum or my
Those
mate
are interesting.
Footlong?
People want to know.
Like, it's just, yeah, but my basis line is I wouldn't be with someone like that.
No, but you wouldn't know, and then you find out.
Yeah, and I'd be very disappointed. And I told you I'd leave them.
You wouldn't.
How
Maybe
can
you would.
how can you say what I would and wouldn't do? This is the thing.
It's a pertinent question, though, because there were a lot of people. I know you're saying you're 98%.
There's an awful. Also, when you
English.
do enter into a relationship, like let's say, like there is the rare scenario where that happens. Overall, in general, that doesn't happen. Where I'm from, like there aren't even any Jews in my town. Do you know what I mean? Like
Steve chased them out.
It's not something that's going to pop up. It's just a silly hypothetical.
That's a joke, obviously. That's not an assertion made without evidence. It's not even an assertion. It's a joke. Let's get out of the way. It's a joke.
Get a random answer.
Well,
I know that's criminalizable nowadays, but it was an attempt at comedy. Okay, it wasn't a very good one, right? It was just comedy, just a joke.
Yeah, but if we're going to implement your strategy, we need to think about it around the whole country. We need to think about whether that could happen and what we would do in that situation. And I don't think it's completely. I mean, it's still pertinent. I mean, there were loads of people who do those kinds of MyHeritage tests who were kind of avowed racists and things like that, who turned out to have been from all sorts of other places. That might not be the case with you specifically. I'd have to see your tests and all that, but it does happen.
Andrew, the authoritarianism, wanting to see Steve's medical data. Andrew, the authoritarian. The authoritarian Andrew Gold.
Someone who's joined your group and then later realises, shit, I'm actually 70% this and that.
They could leave and help the cause.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. What was I going to say?
A true patriot is somebody who designs a remigration protocol so stringent they remigrate themselves. That's what I saw on X recently. That was quite funny.
Well, I guess I usually sort of go and say, oh, you know, where can people find your work? But your work is promoting me leaving. They'll find your work anyway.
It's not personal, by the way.
Who's a heretic you admire?
That's a difficult one. I've never really thought about that, to be honest. I don't really know, to be honest. I don't really sit there and admire people like that. Jonathan Bowden, maybe.
Who's that?
Jonathan Bowden, ex-BNP, gives some great speeches. If you have a look online, you'll see him. His speeches, what he says, and I don't agree with everything, but the way he orates himself and presents his arguments, like I think he's quite good. But I'm not one of these who hugely admires other people. I don't put people on pedestals or anything like that. I don't think it's helpful.
Fair enough. People, I know that when I watched Liam's video with Steve, most of the comments were quite passionately ethnaty. And I think that's because the 1% who do tend to comment are the ones who are the most passionate one way or another. But what I would do is just encourage those of you who are going, hey, this isn't what I want. I want you guys to comment as well, both sides. I want to because I want to see what you guys actually think, and I'm going to do a kind of chat.
Okay, one thing I want to do is just have a look. Let's have a quick look whilst I got just a couple of minutes, because that's the end of the conversation. These are some of the comments, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just bring these up on the screen. I'm just recropping the screen on the other side a minute. So let's have a look, shall we? Oh, damn. Wait a minute. Oh, no, the entire thing won't fit on the screen. That's annoying. That is very annoying. How with the thing, the entire thing won't fit on the screen. Oh, it will, just about. There we go. Hang on. Here we go. So, let's have a look at some of the comments. I'll just bring them up on the screen. I'm going to crop back over to the other thing. So, a homeland for me, but not for thee. Your homeland for me, but not for thee. Okay, Andrew, gotcha. got about 521. Racist means nothing anymore. 2.5k likes. By the way, for reference, the video so far 217k views, 7.1 thousand likes. So that comment nearly getting what is it? Just under half. So probably about 30% of the overall likes of the video. There will be more and more people like Steve if the immigration problem is not resolved. Does Andrew not see the irony of a Jew telling an Englishman he can't have his own country back? And he seriously thinks the British people aren't sick of this yet. What was done to England was done without our consent. We are not under any obligation to accept it. I think Andrew understands how many white working men agree with Steve. He casually states white people will eventually become extinct, then faults Steve for wanting to prevent that. Obviously, comments, not necessarily consensus. We have this one. We have unwanted house guests. Time to go home. The centre has failed to listen. So here we are. Just 30 years ago, this nation was almost 95% ethnic British. You go back to the 50s, you get a little bit more even than that. British government to fuck with the public and put them too far. Steve Laws is the result. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. When you look at people now, right, you understand them. And that's why a lot of people who are concerned with how they'll be perceived and stuff like that, you're understanding a lot of people now are going to be understood as products of their time. You're going to be understood as a product of your time if you went one way or another. Everyone's going to be understood as a product of their time. So just say things as you see them. You know what I mean? Say things as you see them. Yeah, Steve Laws definitely won this exchange, in my opinion. And I definitely say that makes him 2-0 so far. The English will die out without drastic remigration. It's not emotion, it's just maths. That's the biggest thing. You see here, that was some of the responses. You see here that a lot of people, they're operating on emotion. Tommy did when he responded to this. The reality is the reality. And people don't like the way that this has been panning out. The people are not angry at any person who's not British that walks down the street necessarily. Angry what's been done to them by their own government. The people that are here are the result, right? You have some people that have come across illegally and doing, horrible things, living in a hotel they shouldn't be in and all of these kinds of things, right? Have those. But a lot of people, they could come here. They could be perfectly good people, but the math is the math. The reality is the reality. That's what people don't like. And that's what people are rightfully scared of. It's not a phobia. It's not xenophobic or anything like that to be worried about your replacement and worried about your people not being in your nation anymore and to be a nation of strangers or a nation of foreigners. That's not in any way, given what we've seen in England, something which would be an irrational fear. It's very, very rational. Many people have already felt that fear in areas where there's very, very little British population left anymore. So yeah. That was the Steve Laws conversation with Andrew Gold. Fair to say that you could definitely see where the tide is going. I think we'll probably be seeing a fair few more containment efforts, but unless they're able to contend with the arguments, this is the thing, unless they're able to contend with the arguments, you're going to keep seeing more of this. Steve's going to keep getting more momentum. That's going to happen anyway. Right, more and more people flooding to X being one of the most downloaded, possibly the most downloaded news app in the world, because it's the only place you can get free speech and everything like that. And you're going to start seeing more of this unless they can actually contend with things politically. But I don't think there's going to be a way for them to do it. I don't think there's going to be a way for them to do it. There's things that Steve, in my opinion, it's not easy being in this situation. Obviously, I'm not armchair general or Monday morning quarterback is the American term, Monday morning quarterback in it. Because, when you're in that seat, maybe there's a bit of tinge of nervousness or whatever it might be, right? It's not always easy to come up with the best response and stuff like that. There's things that Steve could have done better. But this is the thing. It does seem that the two platforms he's been on at the moment, I haven't watched his one where he appeared with Bodade and the others, and the other, is it Edward Dutton, I think it is, on the Lotus Eaters thing. I haven't seen that one. But Andrew in this instance and Liam, because they're so ideologically opposed and because, as Steve pointed out, they have skin in the game, a lot of the times they don't want to be seemingly approaching these things from good faith. Which again, just when people see that and they can see that, it's only further going to add more credence to Steve because they seem like, well, hang on, in order for you to try and get one over on him, you need to put all these different obstacles in the way. Well, that's what's been done to the British people anyway in terms of their political system. So you're just emblematic of what the government are doing to the British people anyway. Why shouldn't I side with Steve? Right? If you're a British person. So we'll see how it goes. I think he's got a couple more scheduled up, so maybe we can do a lot more of these. But I think the one comment was right. The more and more this goes on, the more and more you're going to see people, you know, not only just becoming Steve, but as he pointed out, him seemingly having an ear to the ground on this, that the younger generation coming up are even more radical, right? And you want to try and keep this as peaceful as you can, at least in my opinion. You know what I mean? But these are serious problems that need to be addressed. You're dealing with 100 years, you know, but 75, 80 years for the most part of grievances. There's not going to be a good way to sort that. You're going to make people unhappy. But again, we have to think of what the alternative is. And that's it. That'll do for today's stream, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's New Year's Eve, so go out and enjoy your New Year's. Hope you have a fantastic New Year's, you know, evening, day, whatever it is. And I hope to see you again in 2026. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Looking forward to some of the things we've got lined up next year. Already got the first podcast with a guest lined up for next year, January 9th. With a member of Public Child Protection Wales for another interesting conversation, the school system and the, you know, all of that kind of stuff. Go listen to or go watch my conversation with Kimberly Isherwood if you want to learn more about that. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this year. Every support and every comment, whatever you've given me, I greatly appreciate it. Every new subscriber, every like, every comment, every share, greatly appreciate it. And looking forward to what 2026 as a whole. It's a big year in Wales, election year in Wales. So lots of things probably to cover with regards to that. And yeah. And that's it for 2025. What a year. You take care, ladies and gentlemen. I need to pop off because I need to go. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Just make sure there's nothing in the chat. Thank you very much, Matthew Roberts, based Matthew Roberts. All the best for New Year's. You too, my friend. Be raising a glass to all of you. And have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. Diolch yn fawr, thank you for watching. Hwyl fawr, we'll see you next time, next year. And you take care now. Godspeed.